Prof. Mansur, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think everyone can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Prof.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Pak Imer and all others. I think Prof. Ahmad Rianto Al-Arif, Dr. Tika, Dr. Laili, and all others. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Right. And before I begin, just to inform all of you, unlike I think the last Thursday we have the second series. The last Thursday I was in my office, so the signal strength is very strong in terms of
Prof. Mansur? Yeah, probably there is something problem.
Can help by displaying his slide, so it will reduce the connectivity burden.
Yeah. Okay, Bapak Ibu, we are waiting for Prof. Mansur. Yeah, maybe one of the committee can help to share the slide.
Prof. Mansur not yet share the slide.
Yeah, okay. So Bapak Ibu, I think we are waiting for Prof. Mansur. Yeah, during waiting the Prof. Mansur to come back to this forum, probably Pak Emir want to say something, Pak?
Maybe better Dr. Tika.
Oh yeah, maybe yeah. Oh yes, okay. Alhamdulillah, Prof. Mansur is come back.
Okay, so sorry, I mentioned that I basically will give lecture from homes or will give training from homes, and the signal strength is not as strong in the office, and sometimes the signal drop and cut me off. So please be patient, because in very less than 1 minute I will come back and link back to the Zooms. Right? Normally will not happen often because 3 hours class that I have done, it rarely happen, but sometimes happens. Right? So please be patient in terms of if I'm cut off, right? And sometimes when the signal strength is not strong, you will see kind of breaking. Also, please inform me if my presentation is breaking and you cannot hear clearly, right? Because that's the challenge of working from homes, right? Because I think I have subscribed to a very strong broadband, but then the bandwidth is quite big, quite good here. But because so many people using it, and that's the problem, right? We are competing in terms of the broadband that we have here. Okay, as mentioned by Azizuns, today we are going to look into research gaps and literature review. And in literature review, kind of looking back at what we have last year, for example, but maybe we can go into a little bit more details, right? In terms of the literature that we have read, right? And what to read, for example, that one would be really important too, because when we look at the literature, right, most of the topics that we are writing, for example, have so many literature that we have to read. There are so many, right? And we have a time frames, for example, to complete an article. Maybe we put to ourselves, let's say 6 months, for example. And people say the good time frame for one article, roughly 6 or 8 months, not 1 month, 6 or 8 months. And we have to read a lot in between, try to get some understandings of the topics that we are writing right now, right? And then try to identify what we term as research gaps, right? Because research gaps, I think, were important because most of the articles state research gaps in the introductions, but then where the research gaps come from is from your reading of the literature, right? Which means you read the past studies, you identify basically the gaps that exist in the past studies, right? So what I would do in terms of this case, I would discuss a little bit in terms of the research gaps before I go into literature review. What gaps that we should look into, right? And put into our literature, right? What type of gaps? When I say what type of gaps, that it means not simply, for example, say study has not been done before for the Indonesia, for example, because most of our articles here related to Indonesian samples. But by stating that most have not been done or study have not been done, that not a strong gaps, right? It's not a strong gaps, because always when we say the study has not been done, right, what we informs the readers would be the study is not interesting, and that's why it's not been done. Right? So that's why I try to avoid as much as possible. I mentioned many times the study has not been done. You can try to be reserved a little bit in terms of limited study, for example, but then you have to prove your point. When you say limited studies, you have to mention, say, in terms of number, not number in terms of basically few of studies that has been done in that area. And using different samples also would not be as strong. You may say that, okay, all other studies have been done on these samples. Now I would like to do the same thing for Indonesia, for example. It will not be strong unless you explain further that doing for Indonesia, why it's so important, what unique about Indonesia, that we need to look at that topic separately. So that's a type of research gap, for example, need to be justified strongly if you want to do for different samples. So now when we read, of course, I put here, but we have to take time to think a little bit, right? Because thinking is basically the source of power. Right? Because it gives you a lot of things when we think, right? Is the source of power. So as I mentioned, I will basically discuss the gaps and contributions. The gap, this one, the first part, I will go into gap and contributions. And again, we look back at the structure of a standard empirical paper. And normally we follow through this standard, right, of the empirical paper. And then we look closely and in more details in terms of the literature, what needs to be done, right, before writing, right? And then what we need to do when we are writing literature review. And before writing, very important, because a lot of notes need to be taken, right? A lot of notes need to be taken. Now, if we look at the whole thing here, right, in terms of gaps and contributions, right, we have some idea of the gaps, right? Because writing introduction itself requiring us to read few articles in the area that we are working on, right? We have to read few articles, right, or major article in the area. And in introductions, we already identify the gaps and identify our contributions, right? When we write the articles, we have already identified the gaps. So in a sense that when we write the literature, for example, try to structure, right? Your literature review must achieve the why we write literature review, which means must achieve the objective, which go back to the gap and contributions, right? So it's basically writing in itself, right, from the introductions up until the end, right, have more or less, I would say, one message that you want to tell them. And that message is basically related to your research objective and your contributions, right? So it's basically, when you look at literature, you should not digress from the objective as well as the contributions of your work, right? The same way in terms of writing literature review. So I will look at those things, and then hopefully we can complete all these within the first sessions, or if not, we continue in second sessions. But then I will end up with an examples on how to write literature review, just to put in practice. Right? We have the topic. I will give basically I will put one topics, right? And based on that one topics, for examples, maybe I will give you, if we have time, I'll look at the times, how we proceed and so on. If you have time, I may give you 10 or 20 minutes, for examples, and for you to just write the, in the, with respect to, for example, your topics, right? Your articles, your proposal that you have, right? How would you start literature review in the first paragraph, right? I'll give you roughly, if we have time. So if not, then I will show my examples in terms of writing the literature review. Okay, so that my plans of what I will try to do in today's sessions. Right? Now, when it comes to gaps and contributions, right? Now, we have to be practical, right? In the sense that when we say our contributions, right? We cannot, what I try to say in this case is that the research that we have done is based on the past research that has been done by others, right? Which means that our research is unlikely to be completely new, right? Where no other studies has been done before, right? Because the very the expectation that many have when we conduct research is basically to construct, to base on the past studies that has been done, right? But the way you do, right, you try to fill certain weaknesses, certain gaps that exist in the past studies, right? So it's basically you refer back to the past studies that has been done, and then you try to identify what are the weaknesses in the past studies and so on, right? Now, we may have learned in the past, right, in terms of reading literature and extract information from the literature, right? But once we go into the step of literature review, right, we are required not only to extract informations, right, but also to criticize. And these are the next step in terms of our skill that we need, right? Not only reading and extract the right informations, right, from the literature, because sometimes we extract the wrong informations, right, in the sense that the articles say something, we state something else. This is also quite common in terms of mistake that we make. But in terms of having a good literature review, we need to extract the right information, and at the same time, we should be able to, or we must criticize, which means put our critique on the article that we have read. Right? When you say critique, means that we should be able to come up the weakness, right, and the strengths of the articles. What do we like about that articles? And what I'm missing from that article? And that's why when you read the literature, it's not simply a reading process, but then reading and thinking, right, and pondering, criticizing, and try to get whatever the weaknesses in that article. Because at the end, what you try to do here to basically to constructively contribute on the basis of the previous studies, right? And in that way, we will be able to identify the gaps, right? And then emphasize our contributions, right? And one of the reasons of literature review is to have this, not just to get the information in terms of the findings of the previous studies, right? So that's the gaps and contributions, right, that we need to come up with. Now, once it comes gap and contribution, I will give a little bit more details than what I have done before, right? There are three different areas, right? Take this one from Summers, right? When he wrote an article, guidelines for conducting research and publishing in marketing, right? And from conceptualization through the review process, right? And more or less, we are doing exactly the same thing. We conceptualize the topics, we come up with the topics. Hopefully, we complete the article and it's go through the review process, right, in the journal. And this article has been written quite some time back, 2001, but I would say it's very important guideline that has been given, especially in the context of identifying our contributions or the gap that exists, right? The gap that exists, right? Now, the contribution that we can make in terms of writing, as I mentioned, not just using different samples or no study that has been done before. We have to look at the contribution from the perspective of three that has been given here: conceptual contributions and empirical contributions, methodological contributions, right? I will give you an example, and most of my example would be in banking, right? In banking, most of my example, because I spend a lot of time in terms of reading literature on banking mostly, because that's my area of works, right? Now, when it comes to conceptual, for examples, right? When it comes to conceptual, now, one of the things that you have to look at when you read the literature, right? The first thing that you need to identify the measurements of the key variables, right? How do they measure the key variable that they use in the analysis, right? Some of you are looking at financial inclusions. How they measure financial inclusions, right? In the existing studies that has been done, right? Some of you look at growth, because how they measure growth, quite standards, right? But there are many other variables that are looking at your focus, right? Your focus variable means your dependent variables and your key independent variable that that make up your research objective, right? Research objective. How they measure them, right? For example, COVID-19, a lot of articles looking at COVID-19, for examples, right? How do you measure COVID-19? Just dummy variables, or how the previous studies have measured COVID-19, right? Just a dummy variables, right? Or now we are in the period of pandemic for almost 2 years, for examples, right? And we would like to look at how the stock market performed within those 2 years. How do you measure them, and how the existing study measures them, right? So that's what you need to get out from the articles, right? And why I say that we need to get this thing, because one of the aspects that you may criticize on the previous studies is basically the measurements, right? You may think that, okay, the measurements that has been used are too general. The measurements that has been used before can be improved further, right? So your contribution here is to provide and improve conceptual definitions of the original measures that has been used, right? So that's one of the things that you have to look at, right? One of the things that you have to look at. For example, right, I give you a very simple example. When people look at financial, these are not the first one, right? When we look at, for example, financial inclusion is quite easy because quite a topic that have attracted a lot of attention right now due to the SDGs, where I think United Nations state that financial inclusion is the enabler of SDG, the key important. So that's why people discuss a lot of financial inclusions. And if you look at the literature on financial inclusions, there are so many different methods. And one method that's coming up, for example, is to use basically the index, combining various aspects of financial inclusions, right? You may want to take a look at, right? You may want to take a look at in terms of basically the conceptual definitions that has been used so far. And you would like to improve on those, right? And in one of the articles that I have read, right, for example, right, let me share with you that articles. In one of the articles that I have read, in terms of conceptual definition of financial inclusions, for example, that people use, right? Let me put this article in, right? Now, if you look at here, in terms of, I just read the abstracts, but then if I want to highlight, for example, what are the new things that they have here, right? They basically criticize, we look at in terms of this case, that the financial access to financial services defined too broadly, and then it's not precise in terms of evaluating the impact. So you look at, in this article, identify the gap that the measurements of financial access or financial inclusion that has been used before are defined too broadly. So what they have done in terms of this case, they separate the measurement into different types so that they can look at a more specific aspect of financial inclusions, right? So this is just an example that we have to think in terms of getting what would be the contributions of our work, right? One of which would be the measurements one. I just give you this example, and this one just coming up in 2011, the articles, I just download on financial inclusions and financial stability. They're coming up in quarterly review of economic and finance, right? So that one aspect that we can state what is our contributions in terms of the work that we have done, right? So that conceptual, right? Or you want to bring in a new aspects, right? That related to the measurements, right? That related, which means that you try to identify and bring up, right, additional measures that measure the construct of the key variables that you use, right? And the example of this that have happened in the past would be the measurements of financial development, for example. Some of you may have read, right, financial developments and how it affects here and there. The old measurement that people use is credit to GDP ratio. But if you look through the literature, for example, in finance and growth, a new measurement has been suggested, which means that people say that finance credit to GDP just provide you the size of the financial market or the financial debt, but it did not provide different aspects of financial developments, right? Different aspects of financial developments, okay? So in that context, the literature that have gone through on finance and growth, for example, have come up with different dimensions of financial developments, right? So in your case, for example, if you are able to come up with different dimensions of whatever the key variable that you try to look at, for examples, and then that one will be a contributions, right? The same thing in terms of risk, that if you study on risk or performance, for example, in terms of bank risk, normally people refer to non-performing loans, or sometimes people refer to the ZEC score. But both non-performing loan and ZEC score are based on accounting numbers, okay, or are based on the balance sheets and the income statements of the bank, right? So which means they are constructed based on accounting information. Some have introduced basically market-based risk. So these are different constructs, right, which provide the contributions, right, which provide contributions. And for example, if you are writing right now on Islamic banking, for example, it's good also to identify which Islamic banking basically is publicly listed globally and start to look at, for example, market-based risk, because a lot of studies that have been done before, they are based on accounting risk, which is non-performing loan, ZEC score, and loan loss reserve, provisionings, and so on, right? They're based on accounting, right? So if you look at the way that the teacher has evolved, people try to contribute and try to fill the gaps. And the other one way to fill the gap is basically to look at your measurements. Do you have different measurements, for example, right? The first one, the same measurements, but then you improve in terms of how we measure things, right? And the second one, basically you bring up different measurements. So these are type of or thing that or the areas that we can contribute, right? Now, you also can contribute in the context of you hypothesize additional link, right? Which means that you look at, for example, how one variable is affected by others, but there exists some other theoretical link that have not been looked before or have not been evaluated, or if they have been evaluated, may not be sufficient, right? So the topics are there, people have done, but there are some aspects that are basically affected, right? For example, right, the one study that has been done, I'll just give you examples, right? They look at, right, the impact of competitions, again, in the bank, right? Where the dependent variable stability of the bank, independent variable competitions, but then they'll try to look at how much the impact of competitions affect stability through the link of efficiency, right? So which means that they look at first how competition affect efficiency, and then that one lead to stability and how strong that impact would be. So they look at the channels, right? So that are what we mean by you have additional theoretical link that you try to look at, you try to bring, right? So these are more of developing the theory itself or the subject that you are discussing, right? Or you are research on, right? So either measurements or you have theories. So that conceptions, right? Conceptual framework that you use, theoretical explanations that you think might explain the relationship between y and x, between one variables and other variables, and you construct a theories to explain that, and you add a little bit into theories. So these are one of way of contributing. Right? You have conceptual contributions, right? Now, you also can contribute in terms of the empiricals, right? They give you only two in terms of empiricals, right? The first one, you try to test, right, the relationship that have not been previously tested or not adequately tested before, right? And the first one is quite difficult to identify because research is basically a very competitive market. There are basically thousands of people that are basically looking at the same topics, for example. So it's a very competitive market. So it's not that easy to get something that have not been tested. Right? But then the second one is quite famous in terms of identifying the gap, which means that try to get the moderating variables to come in, right? I have a questions here. I think someone raised hands. I think you have questions. I saw someone raise hand. Okay. No, it's not.
I don't
okay.
think so, bro. Yeah.
Okay, the second one is basically try to look at the moderating variables, right? Because these are very important because as we proceed, for example, if you look at the literature that has been done so far, for examples, right? The literature that has been done so far, okay? And more or less the topics, if you look at the topic that has been done for any specific empirical topics, you will see the progress, right? The progress from time to time, right? For example, before people just look at, let's say, if we pick one, finance and growth, for example, or financial inclusion and growth, people just look at financial inclusion and growth, right? Financial inclusion and growth, right? Or financial inclusion and bank stability. Financial inclusions, like the article that I have mentioned there, most people look at financial inclusion and growth, and one of the topic proposal coming up from you, also financial inclusion and growth in the OIC countries, right? But then as time proceeds, people refine the measurements, that contributions, people look at different relationships because before we look at growth, now we look at bank stability, right? But then there are few studies emerging right now that criticizing financial inclusions, right? That financial inclusion in itself may not be affecting growth or affecting whatever variable positively, right? Because there exists some studies that evaluate financial inclusions but have negative impact, right, on the economy. And as a result, people bring in moderating variables, right? So you look at evolutions of the work that has been done. And that's why I always emphasize in terms of, if you want to be a good researcher, you have to continue reading the topic that you are that you are researching on. The reason being, you would be able to identify basically what are the evolutions of our understanding from the beginning up until currently, right? So that when we do our work, right, we do not totally replicate what people have done or completely replicate of what people have done, but then we try to add a little bit more things. So that one really important. And in most work that has been done so far, for example, when it comes to empirical work, people try to identify moderating variables, right? Because having moderating variable have policy implications, right? Because when we try to look at, for example, if we try to evaluate FDI impact, for example, right? And the past literature gives us FDI can be good, FDI also can be bad for nations, right? And that the past studies has been done. And that's why people try to look at how can we make FDI to be good for a nation. So they try to go out and identify the moderating variable. And the famous one that people use so far, the quality of the institutions. People look at the level of corruptions. People look at the literacy of the human capitals, right, that we have. Because FDI, one of the area is absorptive capacity of nations. Can we absorb the new technology when FDI coming in? And for us to be able to get benefit, we must have educated workforce, right? So our skilled workforce and so on. So people try to look more and more. So these are what we term as empirical contributions. And you have to take a look at whether you can introduce this type of contributions into your work or not, right? So that empiricals, right? Empirical means that you have the empirical hypothesis of the relationship between the variables that basically have not been adequately looked at before, right? And you have moderating variables that you would like to incorporate in, and then you would like to basically test it in your work, right? Now, the last one would be methodological, which means the method that you use, right? The method that you use, right? Do you have any contributions, right? When it comes to methods, right? Not normally, in this case, right, most likely we are going to use whatever method that has been suggested, right? The standard method that has been suggested. But then whatever method that you have adopted, are there any way that you have done, try to reduce the potential statistical problems that possibly exist in the previous studies, right? So as I mentioned at the beginning, right, when we basically read the literature, we have to criticize. And one of the criticisms that we can put in, and we have to look carefully, we have to evaluate whether the method that people have used before, right? That people have used before, are they sufficient, right? Are they sufficient? I give you a very simple example here. Again, in terms of many studies that people have done before, people use cross-sectional data set and use certain methods. And then people say this is not sufficient. We have to apply more sophisticated methods, for example, to reduce the problem. And when it comes to method, one of the things that you have to be careful a little bit in writing, because in writing, basically the focus that we have in writing, right, in writing an article, and this is also one of the mistake that most people make when they write the articles, right? The main purpose of writing is on the issues that you are investigating. Right? If you do on financial inclusion and growth, that the issues you are investigating, right? If you do on, let's say, COVID-19 and stock market performance, that is the issues that you are investigating. You look at technology diffusions, and that the issue that you are investigating, not the methods. So when it comes to writing, right? When it comes to writing, which I will try to basically discuss as we go along, right? Do not try to impress, right, the examiners or the reviewers of the articles. These are one of the things that always we suggest the writers. Do not try to impress them with the sophistications of your methods, right? Because your method is there, right? Must be the one that is appropriate, right, to test your hypothesis, right? And when you say appropriate, it may be something that you have developed, or it may be something that you have enhanced in order to reduce potential problem. But that should not be the core thing that you try to emphasize in your work, right? I have article that I've read, people said, I use advanced method and so many different methods to address the hypothesis. And they keep on explaining those methods in the articles. That basically overshadow the issue that you try to look at. And that one also will not be acceptable in terms of writing, right? Method is there just to test, right? And sometimes sophisticated method also may not be good, because reviewer will look at, is this appropriate method to be used, right? And one of the good example that I always mention, I'm not sure I've mentioned before, not in terms of method here. I have my colleagues sending the articles, right? Sending the article to the journal and get the feedback from the journals, right? And journal give the feedbacks that say, right, why you try to use a bomb to kill a small fish. What it means is that these are your objective, but then you use methods so sophisticated as if you use atomic bomb to kill a small fish, right? So, and that's why when it comes to method, we are going to look at in terms of method section later on. We have to map the method with the objective, right? And the method must basically support the objective. And what method that you use, of course, you can have a contribution in the context of methods, for example, right? Reduce potential problems, increase generalizability of the research. These are more or less for those who do sampling, for example, right? You do sampling. Right? How to make your samplings basically be the results from the analysis of the data that you have sampled there to be generalizables, for example, and you want to improve that. Right? So these are various types of methods that are available. You want to enhance statistical validity, for example, right? When people look at one way of measuring things, but you say no, there are better methods that capture the same assumptions of the model, but then it's better because they can resolve certain problems and that can enhance statistical validity of your results, right? So these are various types of things that we look at in terms of our contributions. So if you look in this case, right, it requires some sort of thinking a little bit of your study that you have done. Okay, I have all these things, but where my contribution fit in? Would it be conceptuals? Would it be empiricals, right? Would it be methodologicals, right? So you have to look at all these things. Right? It's not easy to pick up, let's say, 2 or 3, right? Or the other contribution you can say, would it be in terms of synthesizing the literature, right? For one of contribution that are normal that people make, that people claim, for example, right? Let's say the people look at the impact of, they look at 2 literature, right? One, competitions on bank stability, and the other one, efficiency on bank stability, for example. And their contribution is basically to put all these 2 or 3 literature that have been looked differently, separately in the past, into one framework, right? Which means you try to put many things together and create your own integrated framework to evaluate more or less exactly the same thing, so that you can get a better understanding. So that one also can be considered as the empirical side of your contributions, right? Because the method may be the same, you use the same econometric method or the same survey method and so on, but that one can be empiricals. So these are basically gaps, right, that you have to be able to identify, that you need to identify. And normally this gap comes from your reading of the literature, right? Very important. It's come from the reading of the literature. Because reading, as I mentioned to you before, is not simply just read, right? And get informations, right? You have to read and you have to criticize. And the second part would be quite difficult. Right? It would be quite difficult. And difficult in a sense that I would not say difficult, kind of extremely difficult. Difficult in the sense that we being Indonesians and being Malaysian, for example, we are nice persons, do not want to criticize others, right? Do not want to criticize. And when we read the articles, we believe that this article has been published and it must be correct. The answer is no, right? And if you read articles, right, and you have some basic knowledge regarding, let's say, econometric or even the subject matter, for example, sometimes it will strike your mind that something wrong with these articles, right? Something's not look right with these articles, for example. And you have to remember always, not all published articles, right, when they do, for example, when they present their work or whatever method they have adopted, they must be completely right, right? There may be some gap in there that you can fill in. And that the ability that we have to develop, which means that, and the development of that skill is basically keep on asking, basically, keep on thinking, right? Or they have done this, anything wrong, try to look at various aspects, right? We're not trying to find a mistake in the article, but we try to look at, is there anything that I can do better, right? In terms of contributing to the knowledge, right? Because what has been done here may not be complete and so on. We have to keep on thinking, right? Now, when I developed myself, for example, as researcher, for example, in the early stage, during that times, 1990s, right? Basically, right? Even small, straightforward topics, right? Basically, we have to keep on asking, right? My favorite topic before is basically because I'm from monetary economics, try to look at monetary policy and the impact of monetary policy on, let's say, inflations, right? And while many other people say that this topic has been investigated a lot, right? Then I keep on asking myself, right? Is it true or not? Money supply will affect inflations always. So I ask myself, okay, in normal time, it may be, but how about in crisis times? Right? Will there be a broken link between money growth and inflations? Right? When I read the article, I found out there's few articles that basically has raised points that, right, the connection between monetary aggregate and inflations have been broken, right? Have been broken. And they look at, now, with the mind of keep on thinking, then we ask further, why they have broken? What are the factors that cause the break between money supply and inflations? And if you look at the literature, some argue on the basis of the measurements of monetary aggregates. So they say, no, the way that we measure our monetary aggregates, M1, M2, M3 is wrong. Right? Some have made that argument, right? So they develop a new monetary aggregates, right? Where in US, they have this new monetary aggregate reported, right? So these are type of things that you have to engage yourself with the reading, with the articles, right? Even if you do not have authors in front of you, you have to engage and you have to keep on asking. In that way, you can come up with basically what would be the contributions, what would be the gap of your work. And this is important in terms of writing your work, because at the end, I would say that people will always ask to publish in Scopus journals, right? People will ask, what difference you make? These are your topic, but what difference that you bring? So which basically your contributions. And to get those contributions, you have to engage with the literature that you review. When I say engaging means that keep on asking, right? And assessing the article, criticizing the article, look at the strengths of the article, look at the weakness of the article. So those are type of thing that is needed when it comes to research gaps. Very important, right? So not something that will come to you straightforward. That's why the job of researchers, right? You look at researchers in all areas, right? Put the thought in, and we are more difficult because we are not like scientists that have data from the labs. We have data coming out through at us, right? From the natural experiments, right? From the globally come from the life experience, and we have to analyze them. And that's why our thought process, our thinking must be more robust as compared to basically those who are doing something from the labs. Because the lab, they can control and get whatever type of data that they need, right? But not in terms of the social sciences, our area. The data has been thrown at us from the national experiments. No one controlled them. And we know for sure that data are highly complicated the way that they have been generated. And that's why the thought process we put in must be robust and must be intensive, right? So that we can get whatever, if we want to state in contact contributions, right? We can state more convincingly what would be the contributions of our work in relation to the literature that we have reviewed, right? So anyone want to ask anything? Okay, if not, let us proceed in terms of writing the literature review, more of the explanation first, and then we'll go through the examples toward in the second half, right? We will go to the examples. Now, we look at the literature, right? We look at literature. These are the standard format of the articles, right? Standard format of the articles. We look at, they have introductions, right? We have discussed. Now we are the second part, literature review, right? And then the third part, they have the method sections, right? And sometimes they put together with data, right? And they have results and they have conclusions. So these are kind of the standard 5 sections, right? Of the literature, right? Of the paper that we look at. And as I mentioned, our focus will be on the second one. Now I give you the examples of one article where I'm reading right now, right? On income diversification and bank risk in the Asia Pacific, published in North American Journal of Economics and Finance. And this is the way they structure the 7 sections, because they break up a method and data, and they break up result and robustness, right? So when you combine these two, 5 and 6, 3 and 4, right, you are going to get the standard 5 sections articles, right? But then for few articles you have read, you may notice that there's no sections on literature review, right? No section on literature review. And these are the examples, right, that look at bank efficiency, how it influenced the cost of credit, right? Published in Journal of Banking and Finance, Q1 Journal, Journal of Banking and Finance, but no literature review sections, right? Now, when you look at this thing, is literature review importance, right? The answer is yes, importance, right? But then if we want to ask ourselves, why then in certain articles, they do not have literature review, right? Now, if really, for examples, right, when you read literature, if really you do not find many articles, you find only 2 or 3 good articles. Of course, there are many articles, but most articles, they are not good articles, right? Let's say you find 2 or 3 articles, right? You find 2 or 3 articles, okay? And you think that you cannot write a separate sections, right? A separate sections of literature review. Why? Because you have 2 or 3, not much you can say, right? But then you want to add this very limited that has been written, right? That has been written. Right? One way to do it is basically to incorporate literature review in the introductions, as what has been mentioned in these articles, right? And what been mentioned in these articles. No, what has been done in this article. Because when they try to look at, they say that a lot of study has been done on bank efficiency, right? And also quite a number of studies has been done on the impact of bank efficiency. But when they look at the impact of bank efficiency, very small number, 1 or 2, that have looked at the cost of credit, right? Cost of credit. And in fact, we look at not many articles. You go to Elsevier journals, you go to Blackwell's, you go to Taylor Francis journal and try to search for the impact of bank efficiency on cost of credit, right? I will not say you, I will say you will get less than 5, for example. And because of that very small number, but this one very important too, in terms of cost of credit, right? Because if really bank is efficient, for example, it should reduce the cost of credit. But is the cost of credit is reduced by in banks that are more efficient? So that's something that they try to look at, right? They try to look at. So they put that literature review in the introductory sections, right? So they put in the introduction sections, right? So you look at writing literature review, right? You look in terms of this case, you don't need a separate sections. It depends on the situation that you have. It depends on the topic that you have, right? But in most cases, for example, people expect you have 1 section on literature review, right? Now, when you look at one more thing, when you see the articles, right? If you observe enough in terms of the article that you have read, certain articles have very short literature review and certain articles have very long literature review. Not really long literature review. Together with literature review, they have hypotheses, right, that they have developed, right, that they draw from the literature review and build up and become the hypothesis of the articles, right? So sometimes they have literature review and hypothesis developments, right, which means they have hypothesis drawing from literature review, and that hypothesis is the focus of the article that they are writing, right? So you look at, there are many different ways of putting literature review, or writing literature review. So having said those, I will try to focus on the standard one first, which is basically focused on what normally people expect the literature review should be, without going into on how to write literature review and together have hypothesis and so on, right? I will focus more on the standard literature review. But these are just an example that I would like to basically share with you in the context of literature review, right? And if you want to ask me, for example, whether literature review is more important than introductions, it's very difficult to say, right? In terms of presentation-wise, introduction will be more important, but literature review shape introductions. So which means literature review also important, right? But in terms of writing a section of literature review, it depends on context, right? Sometimes you don't need to have separate sections for literature review, right? But most of the time, you will need a separate section for literature review, right? Most of the time, right? You need a separate sections, right? So, and that's why we try to go through these workshops and try to look at on how to write a literature review, right? Together with giving you the examples. And then the task at the end, right? That you have to do for your work, right? That you have to do for your work in terms of how to structure and how to write your literature review. Okay, so that's in the context of the structure of literature review. Now, why literature review? Now, in order to understand why, I think we have gone through before, I'm not mistaken in terms of this case, right? But I will try to emphasize back, right? We have to know, right, what literature review is not first, right? Because these are the mistake that many people make when they write literature review, right? Literature review is not bibliography. It's not the index of articles that has been written in the past related to the topic. And it's not a list of articles written on the topics. Right? It's not a descriptions, right, of the article written on the topics. It's not just this. Right? And most of the time we make mistakes. Right? We make a mistake where we just list the articles. Right? We just list the articles. Right? One paragraph per one article, or sometimes we put 2 articles in one paragraph. But what we inform in that literature review, we just write, right, and explains. Right? Ahmad 2020, right, evaluate the impact of this on this using this sample. He used these methods and he find this to be the results. And then you go on to the second paragraph, Ibrahim's. You go to the third paragraph, right? Now, remember that you are writing not for yourself, you are writing for the audience, right? And the audience like your clients, right? Basically like your clients, like your customers, right? Do not burden your customers, right? In the sense that if customers read, if the customers have to synthesize on their own, have to draw conclusion on their own, why they should read the article that you are writing, right? They can go and find some other article, for examples, right? So which basically when you write your literature review, you yourself have to structure the literature review in such a way that at the end, when people read them, right, people can draw 1 point, 2 point directly, right, without having to put some thoughts, right, without having to reorganize and so on, right? So which means that literature review must come up with a structured organizations, right? I will discuss in terms of how many different ways of organizing literature review later on, right? With your own evaluation, because readers would like to know what is your take regarding the literature that you have read.
Excuse me, Prof Mansur. Bapak Ibu. Yes, Bapak Ibu, we are waiting for Prof Mansur to continue the session. Yeah, if you have a question, you can drop the question in the chat box. So probably, as usual, we will discuss with Prof Mansur later.
Mas Azizon, mungkin nanti Prof Mansur bisa tampak kamera aja, kalau misalnya sinyalnya kurang stabil.
Oh yeah, yes, Prof. Prof Mansur, there is like a suggestion. Probably you can switch off your camera, Prof. It will reduce the signal burden.
Sure. Okay, I'm coming back. Sorry, I stopped here at basically what is not literature review and what it is literature review, and try to put back here that literature review is not a list of everything, right? It's not a list of everything, right? And you require organizations, evaluations, identifications, and synthesis, right? And as I mentioned, I will try to basically look at the example, try to show you the example of what it means, all of these things, right? When try to put things together, right? Because at the end, evaluations that we need, it need not be all type of evaluations, right? Evaluation related to your research objective, right? Related to research objective. So that's basically what we need, right? So the next, right, in terms of literature review, the purpose of literature review, right? As I mentioned before, right? Literature review not just simply a reading, right? There are two purposes of literature review. One, to inform, what is the state of our understanding regarding the subjects that we are looking at, right? We want to inform them, right? You are doing something on this. What people find out so far. Of course, the way that you write them need to be properly structured, right? So one is to inform, right, the readers of our understanding, right? So basically, you have to put in this case, right, when you write literature review, because you have to play the role of someone who read the articles, right? Who read the articles. Now, very important, the reviewer, right? Because now we are writing for journals. On the basis of the literature review, right? The reviewer will look at how familiar you are with the work that you have done, with the topic that you are writing, right? Very important, right? How familiar you are with the topics that you are writing. And they will assess based on your criticisms, your review of the literature, right? So they will look at that aspect. And as a result of that, there will be some suggestion that I will give later on in terms of which literature that we need to pick and we need to review. Because it's very important, because when we look from the reviewer's point of view, right? When reviewer read, they will say, this person's know a lot about this topic. And that's why basically the person review quite correctly and have add something as a contributions, right? And sometimes review come up or the person doesn't know about the literature. Even the theory has been stated wrongly. And that's the problems, right? So for us, the writer, we want to inform readers. For reviewers that look at our writing, they would like to assess whether we are familiar with the subject matter or not. So those are two things that we have to keep in mind in the context of the literature, right? And then the literature is basically, you review them, you would like to support, right, the gaps, right? Because literature itself will serve as motivations. Why? Because they provide the gaps that you try to build in, that you try to fill in your work, right? So these are very important. They provide you the foundations and motivation of your work. What are the intellectual content of your work? How your work fits, right? So those two parts really important. How your work fit in, basically, what's the gaps, right? Very important parts, right? How your work fit in, right? So laying foundations for your own work. So these are two purposes, two functions of literature review that you keep in mind. That always keep in mind, you write for the readers. You are not writing for yourself, right? You write for readers. And one or two of readers will be your reviewers, right? Which means someone who review your articles. Literature review is demonstration that you are familiar with the subjects, right? So how to demonstrate that you are familiar with the subject, that one very important, right? In terms of writing parts, right? Very important. So these are two of purposes of writing the literature review, right? Very important. Okay, now once we have known the importance of literature review, why we write literature review, right? Now, how we read the literature, right? See, there's one case that I should basically narrate to you, right? A PhD students, right, embarking on research, right? So he met with, this is a real case that happened, right? He met with his supervisors, and supervisors gave him a folder of articles. I think one folder of article will contain roughly 20 or 30 articles, right? Of the subject, after they have discussed the topic and so on, gave to the students more than 20 articles, go back and read, and we come back and we discuss of what you have read, right? Now, students took that folder and never came back, right? Why? It's too many to read. So students gave up, right? Now, when I thought of that story that had been narrated to me by my colleague from different university, right? The main problem would be, how do we, on the reading of literature, how should we read, for example, or how do we read the literature, right? Because you have to remember, journal article is not something easy to read. It's a very technical piece of work, right? And certain articles have so many equations that we also would never be able to understand. Or if we are able to understand, it would take a lot of times, maybe 1 month, for us to be able to understand the literature, right? It may take 1 month. But then in writing literature, we do not want to take 1 month for one article. We want to read many, many articles, right? So it's basically, once we have the literature, right? Once we have compiled them, right? Let's say the first thing in terms of literature is compiling the literature. We go to database, right? And in fact, so there are many databases out there. You can go to journal databases, or you can basically, you can go to journal database, or you can basically go to your subscribed database within universities, for example, because sometimes we subscribe a lot of database, let's say ProQuest and Econlits and so on, right? You can go into those databases, but mostly for me, for example, I will go to the journal database like Elsevier journals, Blackwell journals, Springer journals, and so on, and search for articles, right? So the first step, I will compile all those related articles first. Okay? I will compile all those related articles to my subjects, right? To my topics, right? And after I compile them, right? And remember, when you search the literature, this is one very important part, right? Do not get the articles, right? Do not get articles in dubious journals, right? Dubious journals. Do not read the articles published by basically what we term as predatory journals, right? And I have to mention this because it's very important. I have to mention this. It's a mistake that has been made by many academics in Malaysia before. And I think it is also a mistake which is going on right now by the Indonesian academic to publish in predatory journals. This journal can be in Scopus, right? So having Scopus target itself, for me, is not sufficient. You publish in Scopus, but it should not be the journal that are predatory journal, right? What I mean by predatory journal is here, the journal that has been set up not for academic purpose, but they want to make money out of the writers, right? So they put a lot of charges. You have to pay, for example, some journal, they pay 400 USD just to get publications, right? And they will accept your papers quickly, quite fast. With the review process that they have put in, it's so easy to go through, right? So this is a type of journal because they don't have basically the objective of verifying the content, looking closely, rigorous review process, and so on, right? Try to avoid this type of journals, right? Because sometimes we may be wondering, some of us, for example, wondering, how can 1 or 2 person publish 40, 50 articles per year, right? If you are in social sciences, You are social scientists, right? And all of us, I believe, are social scientists. To publish in good journal 5 articles, extremely difficult per year, right? But then sometimes we have some persons publish 40, 50. Myself, I do not know how they do it, right? But then more likely, if you look at the list of journals, maybe journal are those type of journals that are predatory journals. For us, we call blacklisted journals. Or maybe they have different type, or maybe they are really good. We cannot deny that if they are really good in terms of getting 40, 50. But for me, extremely difficult, right? And most of them try to get publications, but the journal is not good, right? So in the same way, when we try to write the article, when we try to refer to literature, do not refer to those type of journals, right? And if you want to know what are those journals, what are those publishers, you can go and try to look at, right, Google's, right, and look at what we term as be all lists, right? These are the lists that you have to check later on. And I will bring this one back when it comes to the end of our workshops, right, to check for the journals. First thing, look at be all lists first. These are the lists of all publishers, right? You'll be surprised, thousands of publishers globally exist, but their quality of journals are bad. It's not good, and you should not publish here, right, in be all list. And when you search literature, search only in those that are reputable, right? Reputable journal. Reputable means that known organization, known institutions, right? And journal by Bank Indonesia, for example, right? Reputable institutions. Journal by IMF or working papers by IMF, reputable journals, right? Or articles, right? And academic publishers. And we know there are many academic publishers out there that are highly reputable. Right? You have Elsevier, you have Springer, you have Taylor Francis, you have Blackwell, you have Sage Publications, you have Emeralds, right? You have InterScience, right? So these are all publishers there, right? That are available out there, right? You'll find many articles from there, right? Do not go to, as I mentioned, blacklisted journals, right? And when you read articles, basically, the first steps that you do some brief reading first, right? Brief reading first, right? Now, what I mean by brief reading here, in terms of the journal articles, right? What I mean by brief reading. What I would do in terms of reading the articles, right? This is the articles that say I would like to read. Do brief reading first. Let's say my focus right now is on financial inclusions and bank stability. Right? So what I do first, I just read the abstracts. Okay, these are the abstracts I have done, right? And these are the findings, right? They use cross-country data starting from 2011, right? And then they get support that credit inclusions affects bank soundness negatively, right? The more inclusion the credit side, right? The more inclusion the credit side, the more adverse effects on bank soundness, right? Now, see, these are the findings, just brief findings, right? That put in, and they also find that the last one, a more competitive structure intensify the adverse impact of credit inclusions, right? Which means that in a country, the banks are more competitive, right? And the financial inclusions from the credit side, right? The more inclusive, the more unstable the bank is, right? Now, when you look at these things, for those people who are interested in financial inclusions, it's a good finding, right? Why? Because it's different from many others finding, because other finding always only tell good story about financial inclusions. But in this case, he get a finding that no, financial inclusion may not be good, right? And in fact, in this case, in a very competitive market, credit inclusions might be bad for bank stability. So that the reading that you have made, and you may scan through the introductions. Normally I would just scan through the introductions and so on, and try to look at what they have done. right, in the content of introductions or on financial inclusions. And mostly, like in my initial reading here, I would just scan through and would just search for certain informations, right? And that certain informations there, I would just look at what is the objective of this article. I would not read everything. I just go to objective, right? I just go to objective, right? And try to say the statement objective of the articles, right? So the objective here, highlight, okay, they study the connection between financial inclusions and financial stability across more than 100 countries. So that's their objective, right? And then I go to the sample. What sample did they use, right? Maybe I just scan through. I don't need to read the whole thing, right? That's the way that you read quickly the article, just to see what they try to do in this case, right? Let's go to their data, right? Now they look at data, read a little bit, right, about their data, and then look at their findings. What is the finding that they have come out from the articles? So this is what I term as brief reading. And in fact, the first reading that you have done, it should not take more than half an hour, or even should not take more than 15 minutes for you to get some of the idea of what they have done. That are the brief reading, right? And try to see how relevant they are with respect to your topic. Because sometimes when you look at the title, you think that is relevant to your topic. But when you start look at what they have done and what they have found out, they may not be relevant to your work, right? They may not be closely relevant to your work. So that one of the reading that you have to do, right? Brief reading. And if you find out it to be relevant, right? You find out it to be relevant. Now you do a little more detailed readings, right? And more detailed readings, basically, what you have to come out from the readings that they have there, look at their objective, look at the sample that they use, right? Look at the methods that they use, right? Look at the main results, right? And then evaluate. Now, one more thing that I have to mention here when it comes to literature review, right? Because I think these are the area that some people have, I would say, not misconceptions, right? But we perceive this, the way we perceive, for example, when we try to do literature review, for example, let's say our topic is this, right? I put topic COVID-19, right? COVID-19 and stock market, right? Stock market, and you look at Islamic stocks, right? Syariah compliant stocks, or ESG, the one that I reviewed last week, right? Conventionals, right? ESG and Islamic, for example, right? Islamic. So this is our topic. So sometimes, right, when we look at literature, when we try to combine the literature, right, you have to ask yourself, basically, sorry, you have to ask yourself, right? Let me clear this one first. Regarding the topic there, you have to ask yourself, let's say COVID and stock market. Your literature, your topic that you look at here fit in which broader literature, right? Which broader literature? Of course, when you try to search for the literature, one of the focus that you want to look at is COVID and the stock market, right? So you put a keyword, COVID, stock market, and you go out and find it. But then it's also very important for you to look at your article, your subject matter here fit within which literature in a broader sense, right? In a broader sense, right? So if you think in terms of this case, for example, you'll find out that it belongs to the one that look at, let's say, crisis or even uncertainty, right? Or literature that look at the adverse, right? Adverse shocks, right? And stock market. when you search for the literature, it doesn't need to be totally concentrated on that topic alone. You can look at literature that evaluate the impact of the adverse shocks, crisis, and uncertainty on the stock market. Now, the reason I say this because when you read the literature, you may get the theoretical foundations where it may be absent in the article in COVID. Or you may get a lot more explanations regarding the theoretical underlying or the underlying reasons that connects COVID-19 with the stock market, right? So which means you have to broaden a little bit your literature. Like, of course, the one that you have to focus, the one that you have to read would be this one, but also try to read the one that look at crisis and uncertainty and adverse shocks. Right? And that's why when you do on Islamic banking, for example, right? Islamic banking, right? Let's say you focus specifically on Islamic banking. It's not harms, right? Or it is acceptable, or is encouraged for you to look at also the literature on conventional banking, right? Because the idea is to look at what are the subject or what is the issue that you are looking at. Let's say you are looking at Islamic banking, bank size, Islamic banking size, and bank stability, for example, right? When you try to review literature, right? Remember your area is size and stability. Islamic bank is the aspect that you want to look at, the subject that you want to look at. So which means that when you search for literature, you can look at the one that have looked into the one that evaluate banking and size for conventional bank. It can be done in that way, right? And there are many other examples that I can give you that you can broaden literature a little bit because you want to increase basically your reading and your understanding of the subject matters, right? So the first thing that you have to do, basically you do the detailed readings and do some notes and so on, putting objectives, sample methods. The most important part you have to focus on, right? When you do detailed reading, evaluate the strengths and the weaknesses, right? And in fact, basically when you do all these things, you evaluate the strengths and the weaknesses, for examples, right? And when it comes to strengths and weaknesses, right? Assess the article also whether they are closely related to your work or not, right? And also make a judgment on your own. Do you like the article that you have read? Right? You have a feeling, oh, these are very good articles, right? So, and very relevant to my works. And they are well written, comprehensive in terms of evaluations, for example. The only thing is you have certain small thing that you would like to add in, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at when you read. And as why in terms of literature review, when you do things, always think of the gap to be filled or contributions to be made, right? Because when you write literature here, you already emphasize the gaps, right? Because there are two ways here, right? Literature giving you the gaps, right? And the gap that you have there, when you read back and you try to write literature review, that gap must direct the way you write the literature review, right? So you already have this in the first half. You have well-defined objective, right? Well-defined objective, you have contributions. Now you evaluate the literature, you try to synthesize. The way you synthesize them must be in a way that demonstrate the gaps, right? Demonstrate the gap. Now, I give you very simple examples. Right? Let's say your contribution is never on the methods, not on the methods. Why? Because let's say you use standard methods, right? Standard methods. And from what you have constructed in terms of your framework that you want to look at, let's say, method is not your contributions. When you review the literature, you don't need to emphasize on methods, right? Ahmad 2016 doing this, for example, right? Doing this, and when Ahmad 2016 doing this, you don't need to describe in detail what method did they use. Why? Because these are not the things that you try to contribute, right? So those are what I mean by the look at your gaps, your contributions that you try to fill, and that gap direct or provide guideline on how you write, right? And for example, if your contributions, because you come up with a new construct, a new measurements, a better measurements, when you review, you have to emphasize that measurements, right? You have to emphasize what measurement that other people have used, right? So that at the end, you can make a summary, right? Looking at those articles, mostly they use what measurements, and you try to compute by bringing a new measurement, for example, right? So that's why I said, when you write literature, always think of the gap to be filled and contribution to be made, either of what you have decided, or try to look at a new gap that you can come in, because literature review must be written geared toward the gap and contributions, right? So that's what is needed in the context of before writing, right? And when you look at the writing parts, not only this one, right? Another one that you have to look at is basically in terms of organizations also, right? Let me proceed, right? These are basically before writing that you look at, right? Now, very important when you write literature review, the source topic, right? The research question that has been raised by that topic, methods, and what is the central results, right? Now, when you read the literature from the beginning, right away, that you must write, right away your references, right? Make this as a habit. Now, the reason is we want to be efficient in terms of conducting our research, right? Most of the time, we write literature review, we just write, let's say, we put in, when we read the articles, we just say, okay, I have read this article, and we just write events at all. Let's say, I write this all 2016. And we do not write anything else. We just write, okay, he look at this and this is the result. Now, try to write the reference in full, right? Because you have to remember, in the process of writing, you are going to read a lot, right? And sometimes you forget, right? And I did forget sometimes when I read and forget this article, where do I get from? And I forget the references from which journal and so on. So when you have decided to read this article, write the full reference right away, right? So that you can know, you can come back to this reference. If you miss the article somewhere, you can download back the article. That saves a lot of times. Right? In fact, save a lot of time. And when you have to write references, they will save a lot of time, believe me, right? So write a source topic when you do the literature review. And what are the research questions here? What the method did they use? What are the central results, right? And how is this source related to my topic and research questions? For example, you look at this one, how they are related, right? Are you doing the same thing with them, right? Or a little bit different from them, right? So which means you have to connect what you have read with your objective, right? And see, if you already have the result, for example, right? And sometimes normally people write literature review after the results, right? Because the results more important. And if you have the result, then you can also look at, is this difference, right? The result from the literature that I have read is different from my results, or support my results, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at, right? Because the idea, when it comes to the discussion of result, you do not want to go back and try to reread. And that's why you take note of everything that you have done here. What is the result that they have obtained, right? And as I mentioned, you have to look at the strengths, the weaknesses, and how biased, how important or influential is this source, right? Which means you may have to look at citations of this source if you have information about citations, right? And the other way to decide whether how important the source is would be try to look at the articles, the most recent article, whether this source has been cited or not, right? So normally when you start literature review, basically you need also to look at the references that they have made, because references can give the idea, the importance of the source, right? And then how it's related to other research on the same topic, right? Does it employ a different methodology and data? So you have 10 articles, you have to make assessment how different they are in these 10 articles. They look at the same topic, but what are the differences between them? Are the differences in terms of methods? Are differences in terms of data? Are differences in terms of conclusions, right? So those are type of things need to be noted. You have to take notes, right? So these are note-taking skill after the reading, right? And what are the agreements, disagreements, what are similarities, differences between them? So all these things need to be jotted down, right? You need to written down these differences before you can write them, right? So these are the process that you have to do before writing the literature review, right? Before writing the literature review. These are the points of disagreements and agreements, right? And you have to look at all these, right? When you write literature review. Take down the notes. Literature review about note taking, put everything in before writing, right? Before writing. Full references. So make their practices, right? Now, believe me, that if you pick up the right topics for your research, right? At least 5 to 10 articles, right? If you read those 5 to 10 articles religiously, closely, in details, you get some ideas. You will get some ideas. And those articles preferably are published within the last 5 or 10 years. Don't go far, right? But articles that are far back, you can review them only if they are recognized as the major article in the area, right? Major article in the area. For example, if I write something on finance and growth, right? The article by Schumpeter or Levins, for example, would be article in that area that people quote a lot. I may want to review them, may want to read them also, right? So these are type of things that you have to look at, right? You want to go far back, make sure it's really major article that many people have cited those articles. But keep the article that you have read within the last 5-10 years. And if you read them carefully, 5 to 10 articles, you will have clear idea of what people have done. You will have a clear idea of what is the findings from those articles. You get some idea of potential or some differences between them, right? And some similarities between them, right? So those are kind of things that you have to basically written down before you start writing, right? So before writing is note taking in terms of the literature review, right? We have to take some note first, right? Before we start writing, okay? So these are very important parts, right? Very important parts, right? In terms of writing the literature review, right? Before writing. Now, also before writing, right? Before writing literature review, you have to put into the big picture, right? In terms of the trend that observe, right? What are the trends and the themes in the literature, right? You have 10 articles, right? When you order the article according to the year of publications, can you identify certain trends that exist? Are there any consensus, right? One more note I have to put in, right? When I say 10 articles, don't stop at 10 articles. Maybe you have to read more than 10 articles. This 10 articles, I mean the one that you identify that very closely relevant to your work, for example, right? And then you want to read in details. But then the one that you have read not in details, maybe more than 10, maybe 30 articles, for example, but you just read them not in details, right? The one that you read in detail because they are closely related to your articles. The one that you do not read in detail, they are still closely related to your they are still related to your article, right? But then there are still some findings in there, right? But you think that these 10 articles are more important for you to spend more time and try to read them. Identify the trends. Is there any consensus there? Right? Is there still controversy there? Is there any differences? What might explain that differences, right? Within those themes and within those findings that you have read. So these are some thought process that we have to put into before we write the literature review, right? And how your research fit in there. Always have to think on those cases, right? And then when you look at all this literature, and these are important in terms of, again, the gap. What are the areas that you have? We have ample research, and what area that need further research, right? This is more important in terms of the beginning, writing the introductions. But once we are in the literature review section, we have decided this one have been answered before, right? And then try to look at which support my thesis, which contradict my thesis. This one will be important when we discuss the result later on. It may not be important yet right now in terms of writing literature review, but more important when we discuss the results. So which means that when we take notes, right, we try to strategize ourselves so that our note taking here will be important for various, right, sections that we are going to write. Right? And that's why for me, sometimes I think reading a literature review, right, is the starting point of everything, right? Even of discussions of the results, right? And then more important, right? Because at the end of literature review, we must be able to highlight the gap and our contributions again, right? Where we come in, where we fit in to the bigger literature that we have read. So these are all type of things that you have to basically put in mind and basically put in your thoughts. Keep on thinking on this, and that's why I put the first one there. Thinking is a power, right? Very powerful. If you keep on thinking and thinking and thinking, and the same thing when you read, keep on thinking about literature review, look at various aspects in terms of organizations and so on, right? So these are something that must take place before you write the literature, right? And these are really important, right? These are very important part in writing the literature, right? And the next things, right? When you write the literature review, right? In fact, this one can be a guideline, right? A guideline in terms of I would say note taking, right? Note taking. Why? The reason being this, right? When you look at the literature, right? And when you want to write them, right? There are many different ways to structure your literature review, right? The way to structure the literature review will be based totally on the gap or the conclusion that you want to make at the end of your literature review, right? Now, if, for example, your contribution is more of the methods that has been used, right? Or the empirical framework or the data type of the one that you want to use. So it's basically more of the methodology parts. Right? Your literature review can be structured according to the methods, right? So which means that you can create a template and then separate the literature according to the method that they use, right? If your contributions is about the methods, right? Or you can review the literature in accordance to, right? In accordance to the findings. The one that agree, let's say you look at the impact of, or you look at, let's say you look at the examples, ESG, conventional, and Islamics. So when you review literature, you may take a look at which literature support the better performance of Islamic stocks. That one group literature. Which one support the better performance of ESG? One group literature. Which one supports, right, the better performance of conventional stock, one group literature, which literature did not find any difference between them, one set of literature. So you just basically take note according to that agreement, disagreement in the context of results, right? In the context of results, right? But if, for example, your focus more of regional focus, let's say your study that has been done, I think one state try to do based on basically the ethical identity of bank, Kismet +3, for example, right? You may structure your literature review according to the regional focus, according to the grouping of countries, for example, right? So that literature that organize of your notes, for example, according to that regional focus, right? Or even you can do according to the chronological order, right? Which means from the first year to second year. Why? Because you want to identify the trend that has been evolved, and you want to continue that trend by incorporating a new aspect, a new dimension is coming in. So these are various potential way of organizing, right? So if you look at organizing literature review, as I mentioned before, it's not just listing one literature after the other, but you try to group them, right? You have major articles, roughly 10 or even less than 10 major articles that you want to emphasize in terms of your writing, right? You have other supporting articles that you read, for example, right? So you have supporting article, you have major article, you have supporting article that you have review, right? So you have to decide all those things. And then after you have all those notes and so on, now you have to start writing. How should I organize my literature review, right? And as I mentioned, the way you organize will be directed by what type of gap that you try to fill, right? Let's say if you look at something on Islamic bank, right? You may start on general bank first, right? And then you go to Islamic bank. So you organize by on one topic, you go generally for all bank first, and then you go to Islamic bank, for example. And when you go to Islamic bank, because you focus on Indonesia, you review first article that look at Islamic bank from other countries or in general first, and then you review the article next on Indonesia. So you must decide that structure, right? You should not jump, for example, right? Let's say I have seen this before, right? That people are jumping from one region to the other regions, right? While in fact they try to contribute something from Indonesian perspective. So what I mean in this case, they start with, let's say, GCC bank, they go to Indonesian bank, they jump to Malaysian bank, right? And they go back to MENA countries, right? So you jump back and forth, and this is not review, this is just listing the article, which means you do not put your literature in the right structure, right? So these are really important parts, right? And hopefully sometimes when we see the review, we are going to look at what is a good review and what is not a good review, so that we can avoid the one that is not a good review, literature review, right? So you have to think of how to structure, not write right away. Note taking is first, and then you have to look at how to structure the literature review, right? Now, when you structure literature review, for example, let's say, normally I will look at in terms of agreements and disagreements, right? Most of the time I use agreement and disagreements, right? And then because of disagreement and agreements, I try to answer further by introducing a new dimension and so on. So normally I will structure my literature review according to this way. Now, within the agreements, or when you shift from agreement to disagreements, when you review the literature, for example, right? Make sure you link them, right? You link them, okay? And also make sure that you link them to your research topic, which means that do not review anything that are not related to your research questions, right? And I found this also to be common. When people review the literature, they review the wrong one. They are related, but not closely related. And as such, they should not given a lot of details when you review them. Right? Link studies from one to the other. You have to link the studies together, right? And you need to prioritize which one more important, because when you review the literature, you have to remember, right? If you have 20 literature that you have reviewed, or even you have 15 literature that you have reviewed, articles, not all of them, right, be given the same focus. What I try to say here, you should not basically write one paragraph for each one of them, right? What you have to do, within those 15 literature, you have to decide. See, these are decisions that you have to make. Which ones are more important? And the more important, of course, the one that you want to emphasize your point, right? If you want agreement, disagreement, for example, within those that agreed, for example, right? Within those that agreed, which article that you would like to highlight more, and the other article just supporting, which means you mentioned by passing through only, right? Really important. And within these agreements, which articles that you think is most important? So you have to prioritize. And that articles, which I consider as your major article, you highlight more. Other articles, you just mentioned, okay, the similar finding also has been documented by such and such. You don't need to go into details, right? And those articles is something that you build upon of your work, right? Your work built upon those articles. And that's why I say these are priority, you prioritize those articles, the one that you build upon and have your, to do your own research, right? And at the end, in your literature review, you must evaluate those and identify the gaps, right? Which means that the story that you tell, that you inform, right? Starting from the first up until the end, leading again to the gap that you try to fill. Because at the end, basically, you must tell how your literature fit in, right? Fit in. How your literature fit in. Sorry. How your literature fit in within the broader literature. So that's what you have to basically practice. So if you see the way that I just discussed so far, a lot of work before writing, right? And once you start basically writing your work, for example, the only thing they have to think is in terms of organizing all those notes in such a way that it made it clear your contributions at the end of your literature review. Right? It made it clear, right? Clear in terms of the gap that you try to fill, right? And finally, right, in terms of writing literature review, before we go to the examples, right? Again, things of the audience, right? You write for the audience, right? The audience want to know about the topics, right? The audience want to know what you have to say about the topics, right? What you have to say about the topic, which means that your evaluations of those literature, right? Whether they use the right measurements, for example, whether they use the right, or whether there exist a more appropriate methods, right? Whether there is a need to introduce a moderating variables which will provide a better insight, right? Which you think that will give a better way to provide policy recommendations, right? And these are what the audience would know. And more importantly, these are what the referees would like to know, right? They want to know about the literature. They want to know what you have to say about those literature, and they want to know where your work fit in. And that one very important part. And your literature review must achieve this objective at the end. So which means that anyone that read literature review, they must basically, they will take all these three if you have achieved the objective that you have there, right? And also, always use this word, but do not overuse them and do not basically wrongly use them, right? Wrongly use them. For example, similarity, right? I have seen people wrongly use the word similarity, or for example, similarly, right? but they review two different articles, right? But they say it similarly, for example, right? So, but then these are the words that basically you should keep and try to use as much as possible, right? But do not overuse them. Sorry, try to use at the appropriate points of these words, because these are the words that link the literature, right? Link the literature, for example, in terms of similarity, in terms of disagreements, in terms of evaluations, right? Evaluations, right? Where basically he says, right? You can say that this one confines his analysis to the sample of this country, for example, right? So when you use confine, mean that you try to basically evaluate the literature, try to hint there are some limitations there because they confine their analysis only during this time period, for example, right? So these are type of things that what they term as rhetorical move from one point to the next point, right? You have this word that you use that you try to link the literature together, right? So these are various type of things that we do in writing the literature, right? So I will give you the examples, right? I think we should have enough enough times for us to write, especially those who are in Islamic banking, because my example is Islamic banking, but also you can write in terms of other topics too, and we can share together and we can discuss. And then before I give you the task at the end for you to submit for the literature review, right? So Azizun, let me stop here. I'm not sure whether I'm past the time or not, right? Let me stop here, right? And then get Q&A from you before we proceed to the next sessions.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. So I just want to clarify, Prof. Do we need to have to take a break before, or what do you think, Prof?
We can take a break, but not long. 11:15, like last time, we can come back, right? 11:15, no, 10-minute breaks, okay? No, 11:20. Make it 11:20 because it's 11:06 now, right? We come back 11:20, but then I will open up for the question first, and then we go for literature review. I will try to show you on how do we write literature review, basically in practices.
Okay, Prof. Okay, so Bapak Ibu, so we can have the time for break around 15 minutes. So see you again at 10:20. Thank you so much.
Salam, Azizun.
Waalaikumsalam, Prof. So could we continue the session, Prof?
Sure, yeah. Now 11:20. Hopefully, everyone have their coffee. Sip their coffee, and we can continue our sessions on literature review.
Okay, Prof. Hopefully, Prof. Okay, Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu, so we can continue the session. So as mentioned by Prof. Mansur previously, we have a Q&A session. So for all of you that have a question, you can directly ask Prof. Mansur. Okay, based on the chat in the panelist room, I don't see there are no question, but if you have a question, you can raise your hand. So Bapak Ibu in the panelists. So actually we have some of the question, but it's coming from the attendees. So but I will give the chance first for the panelists to ask the question. Well, Bapak Ibu, if you have a question, you can directly ask Prof. Mansur. Okay, yes, please, Bu Swastika Putri, you can directly ask the question. Yes, Bu Swastika, are you there?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Azizan, for the time. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Mansur.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Glad to see you, Prof. First of all, thank you for the input, because you also mentioned about our paper on the conventional ESG and Islamic indices. Regarding to our paper, Prof, I see that we have to touch one by one, but can someone turn off the or mute? Bu Tini, tolong di mute, Bu.
Yes, please, Bu.
Pak Azizon, suara saya ketabrak sama okay.
Yes.
Because my sound clashes with another sound, so it's not convenient to talk.
Yeah, we are muted.
So okay, thank you. So back to the questions, Prof. Thank you so much for touching our paper, especially paper number 4. Regarding to our paper, so basically we have to touch on each of the indices, right? Conventional indices as well as the ESG and Islamic indices. But actually our idea is to bring the discussions more into Islamic indices rather than focusing on the conventional and ESG indices, because we have run our data, we have processed our data, and our data shows that the Islamic indices is more stable during the COVID in the global perspective. So can we, rather than highlighting the conventional first, ESG second, and then the last Islamic, bring the discussions more on Islamic and touch a little bit, but not much, but not in the bigger portion for the other two indices. That's the question, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yes, Prof. Mansur.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Putri. As you have mentioned, your focus basically try to highlight more on Islamics, right? So I would guess basically in your introductions, for examples, right? You also highlight, you try to impress in introductions that out of those three indices, right? Less is focused on Islamics, right? Because there are more people focus on conventionals, right? And more people focus on ESG, and less on those. yes, yeah, you can do those, right? In terms of this case, right? You can focus on those in terms of this case. For me, if I would like to start your literature review, for examples, right? I would have basically put maybe the following structure of literature review, right? In the first part is quite general first. Basically, I may focus on ESG and conventional first, right? In the first part, but not long, right? Not long. In terms of evaluating the impact. For example, I can start with here, right? The occurrence of crisis or uncertainty, the episodes of I can put into this case, right? During, let's say, I can put episode of uncertainty, for examples of uncertainty and crisis. Right? There is always interest in searching for investments that basically are resilient to the crisis, for example. Right? And then you can go back in the past, for example. Right? Many studies have been conducted to assess how the stock markets, for example, right, or how stock markets at the index levels as well as individual levels perform during the period of crisis. Right? In literature, big literature. You can say you don't have to review even, and in fact, it's true. For example, right, in literature, right, or you can say the literature assessing the performance of stocks the index or at the aggregate or individual level you can put in during crisis periods, for example, you can put in is big, right, voluminous. Recently, you can put in with recent interest, right? Interest in ESG. Now you can add it, right? There are few work there are people start, which means you highlight comparison that people make, right? How ESG performs, right? So this one will be the first one. If you can get literature survey, is good too. Please refer to which for literature survey. You don't need to go to because it's not your focus. Now you bring up ESG, right? You bring up ESG and so on, and you review, right? And then after ESG, you can say, let's say, however, right? Why there is much interest in right, responsible investments, right, with the focus on ESG, right, ESG investments, right, relatively less attention has been devoted to, right, an alternative, you can say an alternative responsible investments. I just put in here as a way of structure, namely Islamic investments. And you can say this is surprising, so you can put in, and then you can focus, right? In terms of this case, the available studies that has been done. And then you can criticize more, look at the gap, what they have done and how you fit it, right? So it's basically, you can start with the more general case first and go to ESG and also emphasize the fact that people focus a lot also on ESG, but then unfortunately, one other class of responsible investments seem to receive less attention. For example, if that is the case, but if that not the case, for example, you can also say apart from ESG and responsible investments, another class of investment that have attracted substantial attentions is Islamic investments. And you can go on Islamic investment too. So that depends on your literature, how you want to structure it. But then at the end, you want to emphasize the fact that the less focus has been given on how they perform comparatively during the crisis, especially during the COVID-19, for example. And why COVID-19 important? Because whatever the result during the global financial crisis may not be true for pandemic due to the differences in the nature of the crisis. Right? Financial crisis before may be different from the pandemic crisis right now. So you try to highlight that there is a need to re-evaluate despite the fact that there are many studies that has been done before. Right? So those depends on, I just give you the idea here because I do not know exactly in terms of what are the literatures out there when you list them, when you see the informations there. But from those informations, you should be able to decide on how to put in the words to review those literature at the end, come up with at the end the gap that you have. Okay. So that's what I can say like in terms of this case.
Thank you so much, Prof. It looks very nice now because yeah, in the earlier comment you mentioned about general theory of conventional stocks, Syariah stocks. Yeah. No, general theory of conventional stocks, ESG, and come to Syariah. But now I see the twist now. Yes. Thank you so much, Prof.
So once you have information, right, you have to look at your information that you have because every one of you will have different information because you have different topic, right? Now, what you should not do, just list all those informations. No, don't do those things, right? Just look all the studies you have done and now try to think on how we connect them, how to group them so that you can structure carefully. But at the end, you have to know the final objective, the end, my final paragraph, right? I would like to emphasize the gaps.
Yeah.
The gap that you have. Now, let me give you the example from the journal, right? What they have done. Right? The one that I showed with you before. This one happened, I just read, but then sometime when I read the journals, I also pay attention on how they do things, right? So this journal on literature review, they had just mentioned on financial inclusions, right? They have basically, in terms of this case, they look at the impact of financial inclusions on financial stability, right? So the way they structure the literature review, they provide first, they break up into the themes, right? The first one, they give in general how the financial inclusion affect the economy, right? Affect the economy. And the second one, how the financial inclusions affects financial stability, right? And the third one, they bring in what are the role of market structure, right? So the way that is, because they have two objectives. So they structure the review in according to those objectives. But then at the end, if you see carefully the way that they put in, right? They put in the basis relation between financial inclusions and the real economy. These are just the background a little bit first of what people have done so far related to financial inclusions, right? The growth economy. They give some idea. Of course, in fact, the first one, you can make it shorter, in fact, but they just try to put in because the area of financial inclusion is new. So they think that we have to put more in there, right? Then the second session, they go to the first objective, the review on financial inclusions, right? On financial stability, right? And they mentioned that why they want to do this thing, because few studies focus on the impact of this, produce disappointing results in the context of the borrower welfare, So they review all this literature, but if you take a look at how they end up, right? They put in contrast and so on, right? And how they end up. Our study contributes, right? So this is what people have done, but these are our study, right? They contribute, right? They directly test the effect of credit inclusions and saving and payment inclusion. So they separate those two types of inclusions, right? And while the previous studies that have been mentioned there, they just look at the supply side of financial inclusion, but not so much on the demand side and so on. So you look at the way they review them, right? They give conflicting findings, they give all those things, but at the end, they want to emphasize basically their contributions. And the same thing when they put the literature, considering bank competitions, you look back where they put at the end, right? The literature considering the bank competition focus mainly on the effect of competition on financial inclusions or the effect of growth on financial stability, right? But they do not identify how competition interacts with inclusion to affect financial stability, as we do in this paper. Again, they put the value of this article by emphasizing the contributions, right? So these are the way that they structure. They organize by theme of the objective. Right? So that's why I think everyone will have difference, but you have to look at the literature that you review, right? And then try to put in the themes, right? So that you will avoid listing the literature, right? But then when you put a theme, you want to emphasize your contributions at the end. And that's why I find that literature review to be quite good, because they go to according to the objective, and for each objective, there are certain gaps that they try to fill, right? But they also provide quite generously in terms of the general reviews of the impact of financial inclusion to the real economy, not just to financial stability, which other people can take a look at and use them. If, for example, they look at the impact of financial inclusion on growth, that section will be good for that article too, okay? So that's why I said, when you look at the review of other articles, try to look at how the themes, the review, right? And the other, let me show you the other one, the other literature review, just to give you the idea, right? This one looked at agreement and disagreements, right? This article. And this article basically looked at the topic article, the impact of bank competition and concentration on bank risk-taking, evidence from GCC countries, right? Again, just published last year, this article. Now, you look at how they choose the review, right? They choose to review the article in the context of, they try to put in, validate the two hypotheses for GCC banking sectors. In terms of two hypotheses, competition fragility view. So these are all the articles that find that the more competitive the banking system, the more unstable and the more fragile the banking system. They put all these things together. Now you look at the review. Many articles in blue there have been mentioned are not reviewed in detail because they just want to look at the results, right? Because they are not focusing on they are not focusing on the methods and so on. They just want to put in the results, right? And not also on the measurements, right? And then they put the second review, see, agreement, disagreements, and they put also the paper that do not find the result. And when they put all these things, these are the articles that has been done, but not for GCC countries, because they end up with GCC, limited number of studies that has been done on GCC. And that's why they try to do further studies on GCC, because of this limitation that people have contributed, this number of studies that people have contributed. So they review the literature according to agreements and disagreements, right? So you have to think of your gaps, as I mentioned, right? You have to think of your gap, and from the gap that you have, how would you review the literature, right? as mentioned before, these are potential organizations, right? In terms of reviewing agreement, disagreements, methods, right? Regional focus, look at some other places else before you come back to Indonesia. Before you highlight Indonesia, that the interest that has been done has been extended to the case of Indonesia, and these are the findings. But however, in the case of Indonesia, there's still something lacking that you try to fulfill, that you try to fill in, right? So those are the type of things that you have to look at. So at the end, of course, it's not easy. You have to train yourself to do first, then you will see. And if it doesn't work the one way, you can think of how to write second way, the literature review, right? For example, you group by agreement and disagreement, and at the end you do not like it, you may look at the regional focus, for example. Or you may combine these two, right? Look at agreement, disagreement for other region first before you go to your focus, Indonesia or Kismut +3 or the OIC, for example, right? These are the area that you look at. So that's why I said basically look at the way people literature, put all the notes that you have taken, and then sit down a little bit and think on how to structure them. Do not write yet, think on how to structure them. And while you think on how to structure them, decide on major article, which one you want to focus most, right? Which one you want to focus most, right? So these are type of thing that you have to look at, right? So if there are any other questions?
Yes, please.
Thank
Bapak
you.
Ibu,
Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur and also Bu Swastika. Okay, any question from the panelists, Bapak Ibu? So actually we already have 5 questions from the attendees. So, but probably I will give one more chance for the panelists if we have question. Yes, just raise your hand. Okay, Prof. So I think there is no question yet from the panelists. So I think we can answer some question from the attendees, Prof. So the first question, I don't know, because the name is anonymous attendee. So the the first question, Prof, as you suggested, Prof, to be able to criticize the paper as well as determining contribution of our paper, we need to engage with the literature by continuously thinking and asking what we have read. How do we know that the question we ask are the right ones that shed light on what really matters and important for our research?
Okay, when we read the literature, for example, let's say we are not writing literature review yet, but we just read literature. And let's say I'm interested in let's pick up one topic. What topic I'm interested in? I cannot run away from banking because let me look at one topic that I'm writing right now. Let's say I'm looking at financial inclusions, right? And how this financial inclusions not affecting economic growth, but affecting output volatility, right? Which means economic instability, right? During the time of crisis. And that's what I'm interested in, right? So basically when I go to literature review, at least, for example, when you read them, right? Before you write literature review, right? When you read them, I may want to ask, let's say, if I want to write this topic, how can I do it differently? For example, differently, right? So, of course, when I look at the way that people have done on financial inclusions and output volatilities, not many articles out there yet, right? But there are some studies that has been done on finance and output volatility, a lot, right? How the financial markets with its functions to relax liquidity constraints or to provide financings, allow households and investments of firms to manage their financing and as a result, smooth their activities, for example. A lot of things have been done. So the first thing I have to ask myself into this case, in this context, right? Can I extend this and try to look at different dimensions of finance And that's why financial inclusion coming in. And when I read the article on financial inclusions, for example, right, people look at financial inclusion and how it affects income distribution, how it affects economic growth. I can ask myself, can I look at the impact on output volatility, right? And when I read literature, when people look at, they use this method, for example, right? I can ask myself, if I use slightly different methodology, for example, or I adopt many different type of methods, and not just dynamic panel, but I look at static panel. I give just example. Would I get the same result? So these are just simple type of question that you can raise, right? Of course, you have to trust yourself. How do we know the questions we ask are the right one, right? You have to trust yourself. Keep on asking. 100 questions that you ask, 1 or 2 may be the right one, right? And 1 or 2 may be something that you proceed, right? For example, I can ask, maybe I can do it this way. I go out further and I try to answer this way, and I found out it doesn't work. I come back and keep on asking, right? So asking give you directions, right? But how do we know whether we ask the right one, right? Researchers, of course, we do not know the right one, right? And that's why we try to get the answer, right? We ask, we get the answer. We try to get the answer, right? And hopefully, if we ask a lot, some of our questions will be the right one, right? And I think the second one, what if the articles that are highly related to our work written in non-Scopus journals? Should we only use article from Scopus-indexed journal, right? Now, if you look at, right, Scopus-indexed journals, it's not everything, but then it's major focus on many universities, right? And for sure, we should refer to reputable journals, right? But I'm not sure, because sometimes there are new journals coming up which are not in Scopus yet, right? But published by well-known institutions, like new, just coming up, for example, right? There are few journals in Elsevier, for example, just coming up, and in the process, they are not in Scopus yet. Doesn't mean that we cannot read them. The answer is yes, we can read them, right? But then they must be published by well-known publishers, not what I said, predatory journal, right? You still can refer to them, right? But I say that preferably, right? Preferably, there must be the journals that many people read, because you do not want to cite the journal such and such, but then no one have heard about those journals, right? Because referee will look at those things, right? And what my experience with the editors, for example, because I worked before with former editor of Pacific Basin, Prof. Gondry from University of Hawaii, for example, right? And we have a conference every year where we provide the best paper awards, right? Best paper awards, right? And normally choosing best paper awards, I and Prof. Gondry are the one that going to select the 2 best papers, right? And then the committee will give to us 10 papers to evaluate, right? In 2 days, right? And of course, difficult to evaluate something in 2 days. So the way that Prof. Gondry evaluate straightforward, right? He will look at the references, right? And then he will look at whether reference relevance are up to date. So if mostly the reference is too old, he will reject that article right away without reading, right? So you look at the importance of the literature, the one that you choose. It have to be the more recent, if you have them, and they have to be in a good journals, right? So you have to look at. Of course, if they are not related to your work, doesn't mean you cannot put in there. Yes, you still can put in there, right, in your work, right? But then you have to be together with all other journals, not that just one article, right? So that one article dominates everything, right? You have to put together with other journals. It's okay to have 1 or 2 in non-Scopus journal that you review. There's no problem, right? But then you have to have majority of them to be in the Scopus journals, right? And the other one is said that the first was difficult to write, then keep on trying, but how could I start so smoothly and easy? Believe me, no one can start smoothly and easy. Once you start, it's difficult. But then writing and keep on writing, I would say it will make you a better writer, right? Better writer, right? And if you ask me, for example, I still believe that, I still think that I'm not a good writer yet in terms of perfect writing. Having perfect writing as many others, I'm still learning in terms of writing. So you have to start. It's difficult, of course, but as people say, practice make easy, right? It doesn't make people perfect. It make you to be, because writing, you never get perfect writing. But basically, the practice makes you to be, make it easier for you to write into the future, right? So there's no quick way to start and write smoothly and easier and so on. Believe me, there's no smoothly. We all go through the process, have gone through those processes and so on, right? Would you like to show us a good example of article that elaborates well the similarities, disagreements, right? And I think one of the articles that I have shown there provide you similarities and differences, right? And if the literature review divided to be many subtopics that divided by questions of variables, like hypothesis developments, right? When the questions have the same theory, but we divide it to any, right? Should we repeat the same theory in every subtopic? The answer is no. Easy, right? Normally we can start with the theory first and we can subdivide into separate topics, right? You start, before you divide into separate topic, you start with the theory first, right? So you don't have to divide by subtopic. And in fact, writing articles, right? I would say that if you have your objective, do not have too many objectives in that one article, because we are not writing a books and we're not writing thesis. We are writing an article. So an article look at one aspect. So if you want to write articles like the one that I have mentioned, right, in terms of, they have only two objectives. One, how financial inclusion affects stability. And second one, how competition moderate the impact. Only two objectives, right? So it's good to have only two, maximum three objectives. Do not have too many objectives, right? When you write the articles, right? So those are the answers that has been forwarded by the attendees of this workshops. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. So do you want to continue for the practical implementation of literature review, Prof, or should we give a chance for another question?
I can give one more and then I will continue.
Okay, so Bapak Ibu, actually Prof. Mansur still give one more question if you have one. Do you have another question, Bapak Ibu? Yes.
Two participants raise hand. Nur Hidayah.
Yes, two. Yeah, Bu Nur Hidayah and also one participant from the attendees. So, but I give the chance for Bu Nur Hidayah. Yes, please, Bu.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. Continuing with Bu Putri question, Bu Swastika question. Yeah, last week you asked us to question two option, yeah, for the objective of our paper, whether we focus on the influence of COVID crisis into the performance of the stock market. And then the other one is to compare the performance of the three indices. Bu Putri prefer the second one, but I prefer the first one. So we are actually still discussing about this.
We are fighting. We are fighting each other.
Yeah, if we choose the second one, yeah, I wonder whether it is enough for the for the international reputable journal, because it's only comparing the performance, yeah, and then it may lead to another question. So what? But if we choose the first one, then there will be, more deep analysis about how the COVID influenced the performance of the 3 indices, and then what is the correlation among the, the crisis to the indices, and so on. So we cover not only the question how resilient one to the other indices, but we also try to answer the question why, and then so what. Thank you, Prof.
No, I think for your work, I believe that, right, when I say which one you want to focus is more on writing, right? But then your objective remain the same. I don't think how you convey or how you basically write to tell people, because both are the same, because you are looking at the impact of COVID-19 on 3 different indices. But when you write, you want to tell about the indices first, or you want to write about the COVID first? So that's what I discussed. But I will say the objective will be the same. So which means that the coverage will be the same. Right? So the only thing may be that what you have to do, right, both write introductions according to each perspective and try to compare which ones are stronger, right, before you go to literature review. By emphasizing the COVID is stronger, or emphasizing the performance of those 3 stronger, right? Where the COVID becomes the setting of the analysis, right? Not COVID, the main things, right? So you have to look at those parts. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Prof. So I think because it's almost 11 a.m. So I think we could
last questions, perhaps, Pak Azizan. Pak Azizan, may I have a last question? Just a 1-minute question.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You can a quick question, ya, Bu Swastika.
Yes, very quick.
Okay.
So, Prof Mansur, so based on your reply, can you suggest us which one is better to have this paper published on Scopus? Because the question is, we have to publish this paper on Scopus. So from the Scopus perspective and from an editorial perspective, from your perspective, which objective or which angle that Bu Hidayah and my paper should focus on?
No, basically for me, it's really difficult for me to answer that part, because I would say whichever way, as long as it's clear, it should be able to publish. But then if you ask my preference, right? My preference into this case, right?
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof.
Or myself, for example, right?
Your preference. Yes.
I myself, I like many others, basically, that are publishing right now. I'm not pursuing the fashions in the publication. What I mean to this case, right? Every time new thing coming up, there will be a fashions where people are interested in. You look at when IR 4.0, everyone start writing about IR 4.0, right? Financial SDG coming up, everyone start writing about SDG and become expert, which means and then after SDG basically dying down a little bit, then less people coming in. Now COVID coming in, you see a lot of people writing on COVID, and of course, journal would like to publish anything related to COVID, right? Related to COVID. But I'm more interested into the main issues that you try to address, right? The main issues that you try to address, both way may be related. Do you try to address the performance of those 3 indices because you want to show that by being responsible in terms of your investments, right, you will perform well, not only during the time of normal period, but also during the time crisis period where you focus on the health crisis, right? So that's what you want to show. Or you just want to show simply, we have the crisis and we want to understand the impact of this crisis, but then I would try to look at various coverage, which means that I'm not looking at only conventional, but also look at Islamic, I look at ESG. But my main focus, what are the likely impact? Of course, you may come up with the same conclusions, but what is the main issues that you try to look at, right? And from the knowledge point of view, for example, right, I'm more interested to look at comparative performance between those three indices during the time crisis, rather than the impact of crisis, the impact of COVID. So I would prefer more of comparing those SDG, financial crisis, and no, SDG and Islamic performance, right? But that's what I would do. But then how I will go to the journal? Remember, looking at the impact of COVID have the advantage because many journals are interested in this type of article. If you look at, right? Many people are interested in this type of articles, right? So you can publish because of that fashions, right? So do you want to stick with fashions or you want to stick with the basic issues that you try to address? That you have to answer, right? And both way, I would say, will be if you write well and you address objective and so on. I do not see you find problem because I have seen many simple articles that has been published, but then they have the title in their COVID-19, right? But they have been published in many journals. A lot of articles coming up.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's go. Yeah, let's go through demonstrations, right?
Yeah. Okay, Prof.
I will give demonstration to all of you in terms of. I have not written literature review for this. I just give you the information that I gather here, right? Now, we try to look at the impact of size and on bank size and stability. Trying to answer, right? Trying to answer is basically whether bigger bank more stable or bigger bank less stable, right? And this one, of course, in response to the global financial crisis, where from the policy making point of view, for example, you look at, there are acts coming in that try to reduce the size of the bank. And even some in Europe, for example, there was proposal to break up big banks to become smaller banks. Why? Because the crisis is so severe at the global scale because the bank is too big, right? The bank is too big. So basically too big to fail. So a lot of work has been discussed. So these are some literature. And as always, when you read the literature, the most important information is basically what are the theories, right? And I mentioned to you last Thursday, basically, when you go to theories, doesn't mean any theories. I mean the theories that explain the relationship between size and stability, right? So when you look closely, this one, the one that I get the information, the one that say positive, the one that say negative, the one that say positive, the one that say negative, right? And the one that say positive is basically because of economies of scale, right? You become more stable because you have economies of scales. You can diversify, you can manage risk better, right? And the one that say negative, no, because you are too big to fail, create moral hazards, right? You create moral hazards. And this moral hazard make banks to take a lot of risk, exposed to a lot of risk, and they are less stable. So these are one of basically information that I would like to put in. So the same thing in your case, right? When you go to literature review, when you read literature, try to identify, see, that's why literature must be closely related to your topic. You look at the impact crisis on this, you get literature that are more or less closely, because you try to extract information from that literature, what are the theories behind them, right? And then when you try to extract the theories, try as much as you can get competing views. Right? What are the views regarding the relationship between the variable that you try to look at? Right? What are the views? Right? The positive views, the negative view. The same thing, I think some studies has been done in your case. Try to look at religiosity, for example, right? By looking at religiosity, let's say ethical branding, for example. Now, ethical branding still have two views. One view, really they are committed in terms of
Excuse me, Prof. Yeah, so we're waiting for Prof. Mansur or Bapak Ibu. I think there are problem with the connection. Okay, I think Prof. Mansur will come back soon. Yeah, Bapak Ibu, just let to remind all of us here, don't forget to fill the attendance list and also the post-event survey. So I hope all of us that attend this event could put the name on the list. So it will be helpful for committee to report this event. And also, if you have a question, Bapak Ibu, you can chat the question in the question and answer box, or if you are in the panelist room, you also can chat the question in the chat box as well.
Okay,
Prof. Mansur, are you? Yeah, okay, you can continue, Prof.
Now, I think all of you, I think I have seen some of you have submitted this to me also, which means you know, right? When you review, for example, like the major article and so on, try to look at what they have done. This is normally what I have done so far, and I'm still doing it, even if 25 years of writing, just put in and try to understand things, right? In terms of what we have done. Take the most recent articles. You look at, I have Levens in 2016, Journal of Banking and Finance, right? And me, for example, so the main journal that I mostly refer to Elsevier journals. And if I have not enough, I go to some other journals, right? Because the focus that I have so far, try to publish in Elsevier journals, right? And here also, the second articles I've listed there, and so on, 2015, and I go back 16, and I keep on adding this article. And why I have 2016? Because these are the examples that I have created in 2017 when I wrote article on bank size and bank stability for Islamic bank. Right? So these are the way I did. And if you want to see that article, then look at map back what I have here with the review that I have in that article. I will be happy to share the articles with you. Right? So just look at what sample that they use, because later on, basically, we may want to group this according to the samples, right? What sample that they use, what type of data that they use, how they measure the dependent variables, how they measure the independent variables, right? And what are the key independent variables, right, that are in there that representing the bank size and so on. These are very important part, very important for my understanding first, but also for filling the gap, as I mentioned before, because the gap can be in the methods, can be in the definitions or measurements of the variables. It can be in terms of the objective or the hypothesis. In fact, I don't write the objective here. I should write the objective of the articles, but I do write the result that they have obtained, right? What they have obtained. So these are the understanding that we have here. So I have the first article. If you look at, just go quickly, the first article by Levens et al., right, which means that the bigger the bank, right? Now, I just focus on basically the impact of bank, right? So the first article tell me that the bigger the bank, the more risky the bank is. And in fact, the skin of bank become worse, right? During the time of crisis, if the bank have low level of capital, right? So big bank is basically maybe problems, right? And the second article said size has a non-linear effects on earning volatility, right? Which means that when the bank size increase, right, instability drops, which means bank become more stable. And then after reach certain size, bank become more unstable, right? And the same, so there are threshold effects, right, of bank size and so on, right? And again, this article said size has positive coefficients, right? And they interact with non-interest income. So if I look at, now I get the idea. The literature that I'm looking here right now tell me a contradicting story regarding the impact of bank size, but at the same time, there are important moderating variables, right? The first article mentions in the context of moderating variable as the level of capitals, right? And the second article mentions regarding basically moderating variable, the size of the bank, right? Which means non-linear effects. The third article here look at non-interest income, right? And look at the measurement that they have used and so on. So you look at different articles used a different way, right? And here they look at non-linear impacts, Matana et al., for examples, right? Bank size and size squares, right? And all of this impact related to me as non-linear impacts, right? So more and more articles I read, I get some idea. And based on this article that I have read, then how should I structure my basically my literature review? Right? How should I structure my literature review? Right? Because based on this literature review, I get some idea, right, in terms of the normal effect of bank size on risk, right? And at the same time, I also noted there exist non-linear effects of bank size on bank risk, right? Non-linear effect on bank size on bank risk. So if I want to introduce my literature review, now I have to put a framework first based on all these things, right? And try to look at, there are 10, there are more literature than this I have reviewed, but those are of minor that I can put in to support this finding, right? This finding, for example, right? To support this finding. So basically, these are my preference. And I always mentioned to you in the past, there are many different ways to do the same thing, right? But of course, I cannot demonstrate you so many different ways because the style writing of many different people is different. But then in any empirical works, right, if possible, and I think it should be, right, I would like to start with basically the theory first, right? Theories, right? Theory first, right? And what the theory says in the context of what has been done here, right? And then, and the theories regarding size and stability. So the same thing for your case, for example, right? You do on let's say the financial inclusion and growth. What are the theoretical bases that link financial inclusion and growth, right? And growth, basically, right? What theories are there? Competing theories, or they just one theories that say financial inclusion affect growth positively? So you have to put that one in, right? Some say have done is doing on monetary transmissions. What are the theories behind that monetary transmissions? So basically, I would like to put theories first, right, in the context of size. And that review that I've mentioned up here, in terms of economies of scales, right, economies of scale and so on, I can put in, which sometimes, right, when you read, you get certain phrase that people have used, for example, and you like that phrase, right? For example, here, I can say, let's say, these are my second sections, right? I want to write my second sections, literature review, literature review, right? How should I start? I want to start with theory first. So how should I start with theories? You can say that, but I can say many different ways. I can say, for example, I can start with theoretically, right? There are two views, right, that relates, right, bank size, bank stability to bank size, right? I can start in this way, right? This is one way to start, for example, right? It's very, and then I can go, the first view is what, the second view is what, and so on, and try to explain those views a little bit in more detail, or what it means by economies of scale and so on, right? Or I can start also the same thing. There are many different ways to start. We look at, right? Theory admits, right? Theories admit both, right, positive and negative impact of bank size on bank stability. You can start in this way too. Just to tell, in this paragraph, I'm reviewing the theories. I provide literature on the theory, and I can go, right? The positive impacts, right? The positive impacts is based on bank size, is based on the notions of economies of scale, for examples of economies of scale, and of course, if I can cite, I just cite them. Any article that I can bring in to support. Then you can explain the theory according to economies of scale. When the bank gets bigger, the cost will basically drop, right? So you have to explain a little bit what is the mechanism behind it and so on. So normally I will start with the theories first when I perform literature review, right? Now, once start with the theories, right? Now, I have to mention to you here, right, my contributions, right? My contribution of the work. Okay. One contribution that I have here is basically you look at. I try to remember the contributions that I try to make. Of course, limited study that people have done on Islamic bank, right? So I try to contribute to that literature. But then the other contribution that I look at here is non-linear effects, or the institutions. I look at regulations, right? In fact, not institutions. I look at regulations, right, as a moderating factor, right? Okay. Why? Because the way I look at in terms of this case, people make an argument: Islamic banks must be big, right? But then bigger, if we want to have bigger Islamic bank, do we need a better regulations, right? So, and if we need a better regulations, which aspect of regulation that we need to look at, right? Related to supervisions, or related to capital requirements, or related to enforcement. So all those type of things that we have to look at in the context of regulations, right? So these are my objective. And the second one, I look at only Islamic banks, right? So which means that it's no comparison that I have made. So these are contributions that I looked at, right? That I look at in terms of this case. So which means that when I try to structure my literature review, at the end, for example, I should be able to emphasize this, right? I should be able to emphasize this, right? At the end, right? Emphasize looking at only Islamic bank, and why I would like to look at only Islamic bank and not bring in conventional bank and so on, right? And then basically I have to bring in regulation part. So the first part, normally I will look at the theories first, and once I look at theories, the second part, I will look at the empiricals, right? And the empiricals that I will look first is the one that have not focused on no focus on moderating variables, right? Because I want to build up. No, not the one that are not focusing on moderating variables, right? Moderating variable. So which means that the studies that look straightforward in terms of the impact, right? So I can mention, right? I can say that this theory, right? This contradicting view, right, will have received their respective empirical supports, right? Empirical supports, right? So as I mentioned here, the way you move from one paragraph to the next, they must be linked back. Right? In the first paragraph here, I mentioned about the theories. Second paragraph, basically, I mentioned that these theories have their own supports, which means I link the first to the second one, right? And now I have to go back, for example, right? The one that I have not looked at the impact, for example, 11s find the impact to be negative, which means that the bigger the bank, the more unstable the bank is, right? So the 11s there. And the other ones, basically, I'm not focusing yet on the one that look at the non-linear impacts, right? And Berkeley focus on economies of scales, right? So economies of scale in the banking, right? And in fact, a higher economies of scales, the need to break up view not supported, right? So too big to fail versus higher economies of scale. So which means that banks have to be big because of the benefits of economies of scale. So these are the findings in favor. 11, the finding contradicting, right? And this finding said no relations. So I have 3 findings here, which I can highlight in my second paragraph, right? So you look at finding, look at the one that have not, and look at the major one. And the minor article that you look at, right? For example, I can say here, I can say here in my article that I have here, for examples, right? What that I can say Berkeley in particular, right? In particular, for example, I can say but in particular, right? Documents evidence of substantial benefit from the economies of scales and sideline the danger or which can outweigh the benefit of too big to fail paradigm or too big to fail view. So I can put in just describing the view. You look at, I don't have to look at the methods because the method that I'm going to use are standard. So I don't have to say that Berkeley use this method, that use that method, and so on. Right? I can mention the samples, in fact, because the one I'm going to use is Islamic Bank. So I can mention the sample. Berkeley employ which samples of data and try to look at. So just mention the positive view. And I can say also some other study, 1 or 2 study, go a little bit more detailed. These studies are, for example, and then you can conclude these studies, for example, this finding, for example, this positive finding, right? This finding, right, of the favorable impact of bank size, for example, right? The impact of bank size, right? Bank size is also provided, is further supported, right? By who? Just list them. You don't need to go into detail, right? Now, the thing that you might want to ask, do I need to review size and risk only, right? Can I put in size and bank profitability? The answer is yes, you can put it. No problem, because they are related to whether size give favorable performance or not, right? If, for example, you want to emphasize the fact that the attention that has been given on bank risk is not sufficient yet, right? And then you move to the second paragraph. Against this favorable finding, right? Again, this positive finding, right? That bank size promote instability of bigger bank, that bigger bank, you can put in many different ways. are more stable. Now, you look at always linked with the previous paragraph. Now you bring in contradicting view, right? A different view, contradicting findings or different findings, right? 3 paragraphs you put in there. Now, you bring in there. So the whole thing, as I mentioned, is based on the literature that you have to think and you have to put back into the point form, right? And this constructing finding, I would say here, now, why do you think that people try to do more? People try to introduce moderating variables, right? Because once we have contradicting findings, the answer that may be the reasons of this contradicting finding, apart from the data, the methods that you use, right? The sample that you use and so on, then maybe because there are some other factors that are moderating them, which means that in a country that have different type of banking structure, the result might be different from the country that have different type of banking structure, for example, right? So these are the way that you try to build up your review, try to tell readers. And when readers read these things, readers will know, okay, there are many views that are out there. And because of these different findings, people start looking at trying to find the answers. People try to find the answers for these different findings by introducing moderating factors, right? Moderating factors, right? Right? Moderating factors, right? And you review them. What are those moderating factors? Some of them are what they have found out, for examples, right? Moderating factors, just put things in there, just to build the stories, right? And then when you have all these things, and what you have done, all these are related to basically related to conventional bank. Now you need to start to introduce Islamic bank, right? Islamic bank, right? So what I can look at here, with, right? The recent finding by, right? If I'm not mistaken, these are the ones, right, that have found out, right? 2016, which I'm not listed there, right? That's right. Smaller Islamic banks are more stable. And right, and a policy push or a policy initiative right, by policymakers, right, by monetary authorities, right, by many monetary authorities in Muslim countries in particular, right? You can put in here, in particular, to have bigger Islamic bank, right? The issue of size, stability relations, right, has been extended to the case of, right, Islamic bank or of countries with Islamic banking. Right? Again, try to look at. Now you review the literature on Islamic bank, right, that are focusing on size and stability, right? And then, right, look at those reviews, right? And then you sum up. This is a summary. Look at not many paragraphs. As long as you can design your own plots, right, your own script, then you can fill it in, right? At the end, summary of what people have done and what they are lacking. And these are your evaluations of the review, right? For examples, your review that you have done there, basically, right, one aspect that have not been looked at is the importance of banking regulations. For example, you want to emphasize this. Why some other studies has been done on the impact of banking regulations, how bank regulations can help to moderate the negative impact or to moderate the positive impact of bank size have not been accurately addressed, for example, right? And this aspect is even more relevant for Islamic banking, right? For Islamic banking, why? Because none have looked at in terms of, I cannot say none, because maybe there are new studies that has been done after 2016, but then we can say that relatively limited attention has been given, or fewer studies has been done on looking at the impact of regulations. And I can also say that, and literature on Islamic banking, right? Islamic banking focused on mainly making comparisons, right? Comparisons, which mean they try to compare. And very few that look and dedicated specifically on Islamic bank, right? Of course, making comparison provide you is an objective in itself, but then you might be interested to look at totally in Islamic bank, right? Why you want to look at Islamic bank? Because you do not want to basically put so many different type of bank in there, because once you put so many different type of bank and your purpose is not to try to make comparison, you just want to look at Islamic bank so that your finding is specifically for Islamic bank, not for conventional bank, which you are not interested in, right? So you can provide some statistical reasons why you want to focus Islamic bank. So you can put in, and this can be your, basically, can be your focus, right? Can be your filling the gap in the literature, right? So these are normally the way that I would try to look at in terms of writing literature review. Start with theory and try to think in terms of how should I structure the finding, right? And now, because I'm trying to look at Islamic bank, so I try to structure the finding by focusing more first on conventional bank or general studies that people have done so far before I bring in Islamic bank. And within the general studies that I have done so far, you look at the way I structure, right? I start with theory, okay? And then I look at general studies, right? General studies. And within general studies of size and relations, right? I look here, the one that look at linear relations without moderating variables, linear relations, and then put in the one that look at moderating factor, second factor, moderating factor. And within the moderating variables, right? Within the moderating variables, I bring in according to agreements and disagreements, right? According to agreements, I put the one that make agreements, which means that agreement, disagreements part, right? So disagreements, the way I structure them, which means that I mentioned the literature that find positive, find negative, and do not find any impact, right? And again, when I go to moderating factors, right, I try to focus more on what are the moderating factors, right? Why? Because I want to highlight the aspect that have not been considered, which is banking regulations. What are the moderating factors within each team, right? Factors. And then after this, I bring in Islamic bank, right? So you look at, even within the structure itself, it can be by group. You look in terms of this case, theory is by group, conventional bank first and Islamic bank. Within conventional bank, I structure them between agreement, disagreements, the one that look at linear relations, and the one that look at moderating factors, and look at what are the moderating factors that has been considered, okay? So that at the end, I should be able to highlight basically to highlight my contributions. My contributions, I will look at Islamic bank specifically at Islamic Bank, right? Why? Because the concern here is not about comparison, it's about Islamic Bank. But then I would like to introduce moderating factor within Islam for Islamic Bank that are not, that people are not looked at yet, right? And this moderating factor is banking regulations, right? Who knows? Basically, you want to focus on more or less exactly the same thing, but then you want to look at whether bigger banks should diversify more, right? Now you're bringing moderating factor to be diversifications, as in other studies that has been done. But these are the theme of the literature that they look at when it comes to bank size and bank regulation, bank size and bank stability or bank performance, right? So this is the way that, if you ask me how should I structure, these are the way that I would like to structure my articles, right? I would like to structure my articles, right? So basically, these are the things, right? Now, as I mentioned to you, right? If you are interested to look at basically the articles that I have published here, I can download for you. The articles, I don't have here the articles, right? But then I can get and for you to see the article there, and you can see how I structure according to what I have just described to you and how it appears in the journal article with respect to the literature review, right? So see, that's why there's no specific formula that I can give you here on how to do first, second, because it depends on your work. But the only formula that I have here in terms of writing literature review of your contributions at the end, again, right? Your how you fit in at the end within the literature, how your work fit in. Think of those, right? And try to highlight and make it obvious as much as possible on how you should highlight all this, right? When you think of literature review, because at the end you want to sum up here, right? And if you do this thing, you fulfill your objective literature review, inform, right, regarding the state of knowledge, and to tell you how you fit in at the end, right? So that how you fit in here, which is basically rewriting a different way your contributions, in fact, right? Just try to tell, look, these are literature and how I fit in. And from this literature, this is what I have to understand so far. But there are certain aspects that they are not there yet that I would like to look at. And in here, I would like to look at totally for Islamic banking, because the other study has been done for general banking. I would like to look at Islamic banking due to the importance within policy circle people have discussed, but at the same time, I will try to introduce moderating factors in there, right? Into my the discussions. So those are type of things that I would do in terms of writing the literature review, right? So as I said, these are basically the way that I look at, right? And again, as I say, it's not easy, but then once you start writing, right? I give you this, right? After you write 5 articles, right? Which means that you have written 5 literature review, right? And if you keep your writing in more or less the same areas of work or the same nature of work, your literature review will become easy. Easy in a sense that you don't need to write literature review first. You can write your literature review last, right? Why? Because once you put a frame of thinking, right, in terms of how to organize things, all those things will already be in your head that will direct your result, that will direct your discussions, right? So you may just put a point of in the literature without writing yet, right? After you have written at least 5 literature review, right? And that's why mostly when I write literature review, I don't put a lot of articles. This article will be enough for me, but I read more than this. The other article just coming up and try to back up later on, right? So I don't need to have 20 or 30 articles right now, right? And normally when I read 5 or 6 articles will be enough for me to write. But that after you have written, you have trained yourself on how to write literature review, 5 or 6 papers, and that one will be easy, right? But remember, when you touch, as I mentioned here, the flow of literature review, the structure very important so that you don't have any interruptions. What you review must demonstrate certain relevant to your objective so that you don't put something that are not relevant to your objective, because I found some article that I put literature which is not relevant, which belong to different literature, for example, okay? So that's what you have to try to figure it out, right? When you put the informations together, right? So these are basically, I'm not writing the whole sentence, just try to give you the demonstrations on how I should structure. So you look at, I will have one paragraph, two paragraphs here, these three paragraphs, right? And then again, this positive finding, 4 paragraphs, right? Moderating factors, I may put 1 or 2 paragraphs, become 6, right? This becomes 7th paragraph. Enough for me to have literature review, right? 8 paragraph is roughly 3 pages. It's long enough for literature review that I would like to put in. But the number of literature can be more than this, because I have mentioned before here, let's see, right? The finding of favorable impact of bank size is further supported by, I can put 5 or 6 here, right? Or 3 or 4, right? But without having to review. Why I need to review? Because they give the same finding. And the importance here is to tell that these are positive findings, these are negative findings, okay? I want to relay that information to the readers, right? So that's the way that we write literature review, right? Let me stop here, Azizun. I see there are a lot in the chats, right? In the chats here, it's not there yet. Try to see the questions.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, now I will try to address the questions here. Now, your task that you need to do, right? I send this here to you, right? Here to you. Now, what you have to do in terms of this case, right? You have to put your topic here, your topic here, okay? And then try to look at the theories. You don't have to put in this way, but you can create your table of theory, for example. We have discussed in terms of what are the theoretical foundations. The theory must provide expectations on how the results would be. Let's say, if I look at bank size relations, the theory must provide explanations how the bank size affects stability, positive or negative. And that's what you mean by theories. So put the theories in there, from which article you have read those theories, right? So these are the theory part that you have to do. And then review the literature, put them in this way, right? And enough, I cannot say how many articles, but try to get up to the maximum of 10, for example, right? You cannot get 10, get more than 5, and so on. The major articles, right? The minor article you can attach there, the thing that you think, you believe is major article related closely to your works, and so on, right? Because next, in terms of the feedback they will give you, I will try to give feedback how relevant the article that you have picked up, what went wrong in terms of the article they have picked up, what's wrong or what is right with the article that you have picked up, and so on, right? So what you have to do in terms of this case, your topic, again, put back the theories, but give more explanation, which means citing the article that you have read that have explained about the theories, right? So it's not just theories, diversification theory, but then put the explanation together with the journal article that you have read, and then put these tables. You can create your own way of tables, right? But this is just the basic information that you need to put into your tables, right? Put in your tables, right? The study here, right? In your tables. And once you put all this in your tables, write the literature review, right? And I will expect that the next sections, right, when I give feedback or when you submit your task, for example, I will get your task number 1, revisions of your introductions, as well as task number 2, right, literature review, right? Just put back together, which means that once you put all these things, you can start writing, right? Writing means that your objective, do not need to put abstract yet. Right? Just put the introductions, which means that what I would like to see in terms of your next submissions, right? Apart from those two, right, you have your topics, right? And then you have section number 1, introductions, the one that you have done before, right? The one you have done before, these are introductions that you have put in, and then literature review, right? So now we have 2 sections that we have done with the 3rd series, and the 4th one, I will give you further feedback, especially I will focus on literature review feedback. I would like to see how you structure the literature review, right? Try to do the best as you can for the literature review. I will try to pick different examples, right? The first feedback I give example of 5 articles, and second feedback, I will give you a different, I will focus on different articles so everyone can have benefit in terms of the feedback that I will provide, right? So these are literature review, right? Now, the deadline, right? This is more important. Right? The deadline, right? And as always, right, you look at your writing become longer and longer, right? And I prefer to have this submitted before the next sections, right? At least give me 1 or more weeks, right? Because to read and to put some thought on your writing and the content that you put in, right? I have to spend quite some time also to go through all those articles, right? So I would like to have more or less 1 week, right? And our session will be, I would guess, next month in August. That will be our sessions. I'm not sure yet. I would have to discuss with KNEKS for the next sessions, right? But then we have to put the deadline here, right? And because these are the topic that you have done, so I would guess that you have read certain articles. So you are not starting from scratch, right? You are not starting from scratch, right? So would it be possible? I think let's look at, I would like to put in, I will give you 20 days where you submit 15 August. Would that be enough? Right? 15 August. I will discuss with the teams from KNEKS. And I will put here first 15 August, but then if there exist modifications, then we will make announcements in the WhatsApp groups, right? But these are the task number 2, writing literature review. Okay, so I'll give back to Azizun for us to go to the question and answer. I see 2 raised hands from participants, from the panelists.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Okay, Bapak Ibu, we are arriving in the question and answer in the final stage of this session. So actually here, there is no raised hand from the panelists, but I'm seeing 1 attendees. So is it okay for me to allow the attendees, Prof? So from Ibu Umul Baroro. You can talk, Ibu Umul. Ibu Umul, are you there?
Umul Barora.
Ibu Umul Baroro. Yeah, I think Ibu Umul.
We have 2 participants raised hand here.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. During waiting for the Ibu Umul Baroro, there is another raised hand from Prof. Radit. Yeah, Prof. Radit, are you there, Prof?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Prof. Mansur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the enlightening presentation, Prof. I have 2 questions, Prof. You mentioned, I agree with you that it is important to put the theory as part of our starting point, and then we introduce the conflicting result of the previous study. But sometimes we are in difficulty to find what is the name, the actual name of the theory. Okay, we know theory like quantity theory of money, demand for money, and so on. But like you mentioned, size and stability, what is the actual theory? We could not find that in the textbook of in the economics and so on. Sometimes we are difficult in finding the original name of the theory, or maybe the advanced name, the advanced model, and so on. That's the first one. Do we need to also mention the original name of the theory? That's one. And second, my second question is actually more or less related with the first questions. Can we take the conflicting argument, for example, financial development and growth? We know that there is a conflicting which one came first, growth first, and then financial development, or financial development first towards growth. Can we take the conflicting argument as a theory, Prof? So that's two of my questions. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, now when we say theoretical foundations, right? I think based on the article that I've read, for example, because we have the perception that when it comes to theories, for example, we must have a name of theories, right? A name of theories. And that's why in some of the article proposal that coming up, right? Basically they try to look at, let's say, financial inclusions, right? Financial inclusions and growth, right? And then we mentioned it when we ask them to list the theory, for example, they list basically the growth theory. Right? Now, what I mean by theories basically is not, you don't need to have a theories that we know as theories, as what Prof. Radidian mentions, quantitative theory of money, demand and supply theories, right? No, it doesn't need to be in that way, right? If you have, it's good, right? But if you don't have, you have to search for the theoretical, conceptual arguments and explanations on how the variables are related to each other, right? How the variables relate to each other. And in fact, sometimes you will find people put the name, the tag to the theory. For example, right? For examples, if you look at, some of you try to look at diversifications of bank, for example, right? Diversification, bank and stability, for example, right? So there are two theories. There are two views. This view also can provide you basically a basis for investigations, which you can explain, right? So the view would be, some say diversification increase stability. They call this one as diversification stability view. But then not only this view, they explain the mechanisms, right? Why they say, this view say that if the bank diversify, it will increase stability, right? Diversify. So they employ diversification theory, which means that if you are involved in many different activities and they are not highly correlated, right? Through the standard market theory of diversifications, the risk should be reduced, because diversification can reduce the risk, right? Certain components of the risk, right? So you must have that explanation without having to have, let's say, big theories as what had been mentioned by Raditya. So which means the argument that have taken place out there, the theoretical argument, the conceptual argument that have taken there, why some people think that this brings positive impact, other people think that this is a negative impact, what are the explanations? That can be put in, right? But then when we write them, try to structure them accordingly, right? And sometimes we can give a name, right? We can be the person that put a name, right? For example, one article that look at Islamic Bank, right? They give two views, right? Two views, right? One view is too big to fail view, right? Too big to fail view, and that's standard. But then they have second view, they drive on their own, too small to succeed, You can be too big to fail, but then if you are too small, you cannot succeed, which means you cannot survive in this big, highly competitive. So sometimes you can put your own words, right? Hopefully later on, right? People's basically will use that words, right? And one of the words that have been attributed to me, for example, in the context of the critical literature, in context of the impact of money on the economy, for example, or money on inflation, for example, there are monetarist view, but then there are the other view, right? In the context of fiat money and gold standard, I call it as dinarist view, for example, those who believe in the gold dinar, right? So those are the view, and I see that some people have quoted according to this view, right? So you can put on your own, which means that when you look at critical argument, you lump them up, one disagree. What are the mechanisms that they explain? What are mechanisms that they explain for the agreements, for the disagreements, and so on? And then you can term on your own if they do not have a term there, out there, right? So this is a type of thing that you can put in, right? Into the literature. Yeah.
Prof, can I put it in this way, Prof? When you mention two conflicting view, so if I want to make some conclusion on this, on your explanation, so theoretical argument you can take from the view of two conflicting argument. Can I say that, Prof?
No, the subjects, the subject matter is the same, but there are two different views on that subject. Right?
Okay, which so the theory we refer to the subject, or the theory refer to the view?
No, the theory is refer to the views regarding that subjects.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Right?
theory
for
refer
example,
to the view. Okay.
Right. For example, crisis and income inequality.
Yes.
Yeah. What are the views? Right? What are the views? Some said, right? Crisis
Affect.
Increase.
Right.
Income inequality. Right? These are one view. Right? But then stating this view is not enough. You need explanations. Why people think that crisis will affect income inequality. Right? If you want to look at, let's say, in the literature, for example, people say that, right, low-income households, right, have less ability to hedge against risk. Right? SME are the one that will have less access to lending, right? Due to asymmetric informations, right? During the time of crisis, right? Since people at the lower end of income are affected more, right? Then, but the crisis will increase income inequality. So that critical foundation that you need to explain, right? Why? And you look at the second view, crisis decrease, right? Income inequality, right? Income inequality, right? Why? People say that financial crisis in particular, right, erodes the wealth of the rich. Because these people, they are in business, they hold equities and so on, so they are more affected as compared to the poor, right? And at the same time, a safety net for the poor, for example, right? Which means during a time crisis, they get more help in terms of transfers, but the rich will not be able to get benefit. So people say that it may decrease income inequality. So you have to read those views when you read the literature, right? And these are the views that have to come up. Try to find as much as possible alternative views, right? Because sometimes when we go to the results, if we bring only one view, for example, it will make it very difficult to discuss if the result contradict the view that we bring in our article, right? So that's why when you read article, try to look at competing views. Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Any others? Have
Yes,
one questions here.
Yeah, one question is coming from Bu Umul, Prof. She said that the question is the same with the first question of Prof. Radit. Yeah. Okay, another question from Bapak Ibu. It's okay from the panelists or the attendees.
Okay, they're from here.
Yeah, there is Bu Nur Hidayah. Yeah.
We have here first before Bu Naya. From the table of research mapping, where do we put our criticism? Right? Where do we put our criticisms?
Oh,
now, see, when we criticize, right, the literature that we have, right, we don't criticize that those are wrong, right? What we try to look at, they may not be complete, right? And mostly when we evaluate them, we try to put in a subtle way. We don't put that these are basically not complete or not comprehensive article, for example. We put in a subtle way in a sense that we would like to bring up at the end. Like, because basically what we try to look at, see, you have to remember in terms of writing, right? When we review the literature, those literature is related to our article, right? When we send to the journal, right, there exists positive probability that the article that we send to journal will be sent to the authors that we review, right? So that's why we have to be tactful, we have to be diplomatic when we review, right? We need to mention, for example, let's say in terms of financial inclusion, right? We just need to mention at the end, for examples, right? Looking at those studies, they use the index of financial inclusions constructed based on such and such without making distinctions between. So we do not say that their papers is not good or their paper is not sufficient. You just say that, just state in a subtle way, right, that they use financial inclusions based on the methods developed by such and such based on aggregate measures without making distinction between whether the access on the liability side or the asset side of the bank. Because sometimes people have deposit but don't have lending. Sometimes people get the lending, right, but then try to not deposit within that bank. Or I'm not sure whether they deposit or not, but normally they have both, right? But then your contribution, basically you want to introduce both sides, which means you want to make distinctions, right? So you just mention what they are lacking without quote unquote criticizing how bad that article is, right? So that's a subtle way. And that's why when you try to evaluate, you try to think, oh, they measure this according to this way. I want to highlight, but I'm not going to evaluate, right? You can basically criticize the weakness of measurements, but you do not criticize the paper, right? All those papers have used that, for example, the traditional measure of bank competition were based on market concentrations. However, as noted by, market concentrations may not reflect competitions if they exist, if the market themselves are contestable. As a result, for proper evaluations, we offer or we employ an alternative measure of bank competitions, for example, right? So your criticism has to be quite subtle, right? But not directly hit at the other article that has been published harshly, right? So you have to be tactful because as I mentioned, the idea, you want to highlight your contributions, right? So you have to highlight what it is in other articles, right? By not blaming or by not saying that other article is not good. You may say it's not complete. It's okay to say it's not complete, but then you have to state the facts, right? And you have to make sure you state the fact right about that other article. Because as I mentioned, fate is some of these people will review your article and they say, or you criticize their article, for example, right? So those are type of things, right? Okay. Azizun, anyone else?
Yes, Prof. There is one participant is raising their hand. Yeah, you put Nur Hidayah. I think you can ask the question. Go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof, for your valuable presentations. Yeah, regarding the literature review, I would like to ask, in searching the literature, how to identify which one belong to theories and which one belong to the empirical studies. Can we use one article for both if there are two elements in that article? Or should we refer to classic work for the literature in the category of theories, Prof? That's my first question. And then my second question, in terms of the contribution, can we for example, that the previous studies work for the last period, and then we just want to update it in the recent period. Is it enough for the contribution? Thank you.
No, I think to update the finding for different areas or different sample will not be enough. You must introduce some new dimensions in there, right? If you want to publish in good journals, every journal may be able to accept that, right? But then the good journal may not be able to accept if you don't want to add certain thing, right? Now, in terms of the literature review, for example, let's say I give you this example, right? I just want to show you these examples here. These are literature review that I have read. You look at. Now, the good parts for your own review, for example, you can read what people have said, right? What people have said. For example, I read this one. There are two hypotheses, right? And hypothesis coming out from theory too. Right? The competition fragility hypothesis, which is also called a franchise value paradigm, was proposed by this. These arguments, right, I think these are what Prof. Raditya has mentioned, right? This argument is the theoretical side. These are theoretical side, which explains basically how market or bank competition can increase risk-taking incentive of bank, right? Why? Because on the basis of franchise value paradigm. So that the theories. This article is an empirical article, but when we read them, we can extract the theoretical side from the articles, right? So there's no such thing as, oh, these are theory, these are empirical article. Of course, there are theoretical article out there and there are empirical article, but within empirical article, you can get the theories, right? So these are theories, right? So which means that if I want to look at the impact of bank competitions on bank stability or risk-taking, one theory there is basically franchise value theory. What do you mean by franchise value theory? Is basically competitions make bank to lose value because you have to compete for the same market. As a result of that losing value, bank tend to do something more. And by doing something more, bank tend to take more risk. And as a result, bank risk increase. So that franchise theory, right? And here, you look at here, these are the explanation of theory. And here, all are empirical work. The one that find the evidence in support of the franchise value theory, the one that find evidence to support this theory here, right? So within those articles, as I said, you have to extract the information and label it as theory, right? So from here, you have the theory here. You go to different articles, for example, you also get the explanations or that explanation theories. So you put on one side because later on when you write your own article, you need to mention some of them there, right? The empirical parts, these articles, as I mentioned to you, is empirical article. The empirical here is the finding of this article, right? The empirical part, finding article. And this article support competition fragility, support both right? And very interesting, support both of them. Right? And then the use of single measure of competition is not sufficient, right? Because maybe depending on which measure that you use, it support both, right? So these are the empirical side here, right, that you put in there, right? So that's why theories, when you read them, you can extract from the empirical paper the theories in there, the explanations, right? Theory is just the argument, explanations, conceptuals, explanations, how the variables are related. And that's what we term as the theoretical explanations. As I mentioned, you don't need specific theories like classical growth theory, classical theory of investments. You don't need those type of things, right? Portfolio balance theory. If you can use them, it's good. But if you cannot, try to find the explanations. And that's what we mean by the theory in there.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Masud and also Bu Nur Hidayah. And I think the time is already 12:11. So I think it's enough for question and answer, Prof.
Okay, but remember the task is you have to start doing, right? And
yes,
and I have received basically two revision for introductions. One from Ahmad Hidayat, right? I have received from Ahmad Hidayat, and the second one from Budi Setiawan. I will provide feedback offline to you. And I also have a request from Husnul Khatimah, but then I have not received the revisions. I would appreciate you revise a little bit first based on what we have discussed on Thursday, and based on that revision, send to me. Then I will give you feedback. So far, I have received from both Ahmad Hidayat and Budi Setiawan. I will try to provide feedback through emails to you. And also, I just received from Patria Unita. I just received from Patria Unita for the introduction parts, right? So I will try to provide feedback offline regarding your introductions. And then for now, up until 15th, focus on literature review, right? Okay. Now, and the service that we provide at that we agree to help, or the help that we agree to give you, basically, if you get articles that you want, but you cannot get them, please be in touch with Nadia and with KNEKS and with me, right? Because last time I forwarded few articles to all of you, but then try to search first the article, because sometimes you give the article, but that article is available in website. Right? Because I know for sure, because the journal is Bank Indonesia journal, must be available. Because Bank Indonesia Journal open access, which means everyone can get access. And the second thing, the books, we are not going to be able to help you into our books because we cannot, we don't have ebooks, in fact, right? We have database for the articles. So if you have a problem of getting the articles, right, just send the list to Nadia, and then normally Nadia will forward to me and we'll try to help you as much as possible. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof, for the insightful session. So probably you can give us the spirit, Prof, closing statement before we end this third session of the workshop series.
So the spirit would be, I'm not sure, I'm afraid to repeat the one that because we are going to have 10 more times or 7 more times, then I will repeat the same things, right? But then the one that I mentioned on Saturday, because Saturday we have a forum of Islamic finance educators. I'm not sure whether some of you managed to participate in that forum by ICF, but then we have from Indonesia, I think very well published scholar, Dr. Henry was there, right? Dr. Henry was there. But then at the end, I put some words there, right? And my word is basically the characteristics, right, that we need to train ourselves. Or if we have to train ourselves of of what we should be or what we should behave and so on. One of the ways that we have to train ourselves, and these are the important characteristic of researchers, is to always ask ourselves questions and to rethink back whatever answers that people provide in the past. Right? Because in the area that we are looking at right now, the knowledge is very dynamic. You have to look at, very dynamic. Something that has been done in the past, something that has been known in the past, right, that we think that we have the answer, may not be answered right now, right? The same way you look at the COVID-19 or the crisis, global financial crisis impact on Islamic Bank. We know before Islamic Bank are not affected, but then it may not be the same during time COVID-19, it may be different. So when we start asking, we search for the answer. When we want to search for the answer, we conduct research, we read, right? And that a way of building ourselves up as a scholar or as a researcher, right? So that very important part, right? Asking ourselves, question ourselves, never take whatever findings in the past to be true in the future. And that's why the old topics still become relevant. But we need to know how to say that they are still relevant. And that's one very important part. And that's why this writing workshops. Thank you, Azizan.
Thank you so much, Prof. That is really a beautiful statement. Okay, Prof, thank you so much again for the presentation and insightful session. So, Bapak Ibu, so right now we are arriving at the end of this workshop series, especially for the last session. So thank you so much. I mean, for the third session. So thank you so much for your attendance. But before I close this workshop for today, I just want to remind you that to fill the attendance list and also the post-event survey. Again, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. See you next time in next workshop series. So I just want to close this session by giving a pantun, Prof. Okay. Okay. Actually, yeah, this pantun probably will close the last statement of Prof. Mansur. Burung cendrawasih di Papua, sungguh anggun, cantik melihat rupanya. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua. Walau masih pandemik, tetap semangat ya. Oke, jadi so hopefully all of us here still have the good spirit to be productive. And I always pray, hopefully all of us in a good condition and can run our activities smoothly. Thank you so much again, Bapak Ibu semua. I will close by saying Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Again, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur, and all of the participants and also the attendees. Thank you so much, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, Prof. Mansur.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
I hope to get all your submissions. I hope to get your submissions and then we discuss in the next sessions. Inshallah.
Thank you, Prof.
Inshallah.
Okay, Prof. Inshallah.
Inshallah, Prof. Terima kasih semuanya.
Jazakallah khair. Semuanya makasih.
Terima kasih ya semuanya.